Hello everyone and welcome back to Streamers League. I am HazardJC, joined alongside Mag today, and we'll be covering the Polish qualifiers for the tournament, starting off of course with Group A. Welcome everybody to the stream. Thank you to our sponsors HyperX and the city of Wrocław for making this all possible. You can use !HyperX in the chat to, get yourself some of these awesome gear that they provide. Mag, how are you feeling today coming into these games?
I am feeling amazing, of course. Thanks for such a lovely introduction. First of all, I'm really hyped because this is my home region, so I know most of the players. I know those guys, I know those streamers personally, or maybe just watching them online on Twitch. And I know that Polish players are taking this very, very seriously. I don't think we have seen such a stacked lineup of teams in the qualifiers yet. And of course, it will be really important for them to, fight for Polish pride. And the best prize is, of course, in city of Wrocław, which kind of is like home city for some of the participants. We'll be actually seeing one of them during the very first game today, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm excited and I do not know what to expect because there are some teams, really stacked ones, and I cannot decide yet which one will be taking the top spot.
Yeah, and obviously today we will be covering Poland as a region, as you so eloquently put it, but this is one of the 5 different regions which will be qualifying towards that tournament in the city of Wrocław, of course. The first one that we saw was Real Red in Romania, Targonka from Hungary, Mugi from Greece, and now we only have 2 qualifiers remaining. Today's the first day of the 3-day weekend of the Polish qualifiers, and then we will be moving on to the Czech and Slovakian qualifiers in a few weeks' time. So, looking into some of these teams, what can we really expect to see from some of these players? Who are the standout names in your mind when it comes to what we're going to have on offer in the games today?
Okay, if I were to, include all of them, we'd probably be talking for a longer time than intended in terms of the pre-match. But for starters, I'll start with the Group A because we have 2 of those really promising teams. If you look at it, I believe that Team Terp, who is a streamer, also a Polish caster, completed a really nice team that was beforehand called Czech&Slovakia clan, because during one of the LANs, they've actually rented an apartment at the Czech&Slovakia street. I've got to tell you, there were so many stories connected with this apartment and parties held there. And of course, a good friends of his and good friends of mine are playing in this team called Team Terp, and I'm actually expecting them a lot of great things of them. Those guys are not playing on pro level, but they are really good in terms of ranked experience and how high levels they achieved in terms of their ranked ladder. Most of them being immortal, but usually maybe hitting those radiant levels.
Yeah, so these are obviously all of the teams that we've got coming up. We will be covering Group A today, but remember guys, if your favourite influencer maybe doesn't make it as far in the tournament as you were hoping and doesn't secure a place in the LAN Grand Finals, we do have the HyperX wildcard where you can vote for your favourite influencer to have that second chance, that second swing at it, if you will, to make it to those LAN Grand Finals. So you can check that out at streamersleague.gg, and there will be more information there where you can vote for your favourite influencer if they don't make it as far as you were hoping. Obviously, we will be going into the qualifiers the first day now in Group A, so we don't really have to worry too much about speculating who's going to make it there or not, but it's certainly something to think about and a great addition to the tournament in my eyes.
Yeah, and there's one more thing, a little surprise that will be held during today's broadcast. It will be a connection with our friends from the Polish broadcast, because also...
Yeah.
Oh, there's actually one.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you doing? Hello.
Same question goes for you. We are doing just fine.
Well,
Yeah,
we're
we are
doing
just
absolutely grand here on the English broadcast. Yeah, how are things on the other side?
Well, it's all fine, I guess.
We are fine, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, boys, I have a question for you, because we are starting off with a Group A, so I was wondering, do you have any favorites? Who is going to take it? Who is going to get out of Group A?
Yeah, we were talking about it, and my favorite is like Team Terp, I guess. Team building around so many young players, talented players like their Cossack, Maguire. I hope you know this guy.
Yeah, I think the exquisite member of Czech&Slovakia clan taking part in those Valorant is United games, and maybe beforehand I think it was Army or whatever. So high hopes for them, but also Team Pago, the most notorious streamer throughout the pack. He completed a really strong looking roster.
Yeah, and so young and talented player like Shoshon, we can't forget about him.
Oh, he is not young, but he's talented.
He's the youngest. He's still 18, man.
Okay, guys, what do you think about the map picks? Because we will be starting the first series between Team Jacob and Team Terp on map, which is Breeze.
That's an interesting one, I'd say, but I wasn't really thinking that we're going to go the Breeze at the first map.
I'm so happy because it's not split, it's not bite, and it's not ascent. So I got it. It's actually fine for me. Breeze.
Yeah,
is
it's
very,
crazy.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's crazy that we're seeing this map so early on. I feel like we would be saving this one for the best of threes later on in the tournament, but we're gonna get it straight away.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to jump on the server. Unfortunately, guys, our time is up, but I'm sure that we'll have another great opportunity to chat with you. So take care, good luck, and have fun with today's games.
You too, boys. See you later.
What a lovely chaps. We were actually going to say the same thing, right? Yeah. Well, FRS and Enfys, they're casters in Poland. I had the pleasure of casting alongside FRS 2 days ago because we've just started the second season of VRL East Surge, and of course, best Polish players competing there, but best Polish streamers as well as players from maybe the lower level of competition also competing in our streamers league. We're going towards Breeze, and you've actually started talking a little bit about it, that you're expecting it for the best of threes to be maybe in the map pool, saved for the special occasion.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I think. It's really strange that we're seeing it straight away in the best of one format, because for the most part, teams won't play into a map like Breeze because there's way more comfort picks to go for. There's always someone who maybe doesn't favor it as much, so it gets cast to the wayside, I suppose. But maybe that's somewhat of an inkling of the level of Valorant that we expect to see from these two teams. If they are playing at that higher end, maybe Breeze is a map they feel more comfortable on because they're used to playing it in scrims, in a team environment, for example. So looking at the comps we're going to see coming through, I think it should be Viper, controller-wise on both sides. Obviously, that toxic screen is pretty much the best that you're going to get for coverage, with the very open bomb sites on A and B, leaving themselves wide open, and you really need that denial of sight. Chamber doesn't look like it's actually going to get picked up for Team Jacob. They might just be going without a Sentinel. As soon as I've said that, they've hovered it, and I think it'll probably be locked in.
Yeah, I was actually, not expecting, but maybe a little bit excited for a potential Euro pick on the side of Team Turb, because I know Java is a player who can bring out those crazy comps. We're not seeing any Neon picks because I think that we talked a little bit about it. If there's something that we would like to see is, of course, Neon, but she's not the best on those, open kind of maps, such as Icebox, such as Breeze, because you just have a hard time making use of her utilities. She's much better suited into those Haven split maps, which are much more clustered, much more crowded, and actually your utility can be used in the right way.
Yeah, I think you're totally right about that. There is always the opportunity to have those quicker rotates by using the high gear, but I mean, like you said, it is that situation where the stuns, the walls that she's able to provide do have a lot more value in those packed in spaces, similar to the way that Raze works, and I think that's why Fracture works so well for her, because there are lots of different areas around the map where she's able to get good usage, can traverse very easily. But enough speaking about Neon, we're going to be coming here into Breeze, and funnily enough, actually, Mag, both of these teams have adopted the exact same composition, with the double duelist, Chamber in the mix as some form of a Sentinel, Viper, and that initiator of Sova. No KO being picked up in the end.
Yeah, I believe that KO is much more of a sophisticated pick. Whenever you are seeing those professional teams playing on Breeze, they opt for a KO pick, but it's really hard to pull off a good KO player. But still, I am a big fan of this agent, especially in the comps where he's played against Viper, because she's the sole anchor on one of those sites usually. So if you actually manage to hit her with the EMP knife and disable all of her abilities, she's just a player with a gun. She cannot, get out of those sticky situations by placing her utility down. She has to hit those shots, and it will be Craze who gets inside of B side. But of course, Team Turb opting for a retake scenario.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5 versus 5 on the pistol round, mirror matchups all across the board, and it's NXX that hits that first lovely headshot with the Headhunter. They only brought up a couple of rounds, and they've used all of them now. Yuki will also find another, and well, as these defenders try and come in, they're struggling, but Profek has found a really nice double, still full HP, rounds left to try and work with. We'll need to spare a few if they want to get rid of these last couple players. Could peek out together, but they're just chaining these headshots back to back. It's a huge quad, but Luki will shut them down. A hectic pistol round. Jacob just about grind it out in the end.
And Profek asking his teammates, guys, what are you doing? Where are you? Why do I have to, bring those 4 frags and still be unable to win the round? However, it's really important because Profek got 4 of those kills. He also died, so he's 5 points towards his ultimate. And whenever he'll have a chance to activate the True de Force on this map, it will be a great opportunity to swing the victory back on your side, right? You have such an open, such a huge map with those long distances. Picking those sniper rifles will be crucial. for getting those rounds on the board.
Yeah, it's such a powerful ultimate to be able to bring forward because it does give you control of those long-range angles. And, well, speaking of the short range, we see the Jet here has used up the tailwind, so they're going to be sneaking behind. Sferon's found one, so is Profek as well. This defense is absolutely rampant. Turp has found a Spectre in the mix as well, and it falls on the shoulders of the Chamber player once again. This side of the board, it's going to be NX seeing what they can do, but Jacek will shut them down. The defenders, they managed to find that round. A few 4-sport sheriffs will do just the job, and just like that, we are level early on.
This is huge, so huge on the side of Turb team. Like I was mentioning before, Profek already has an access to his ultimate, and the most important factor about winning the eco round is the huge economy swing for your team, right? So right now you've just recovered some of those guns, you have saved a lot of those credits, and the enemy team, they have to go to the eco variant, which is not perfect. And you can see that Turb read the intentions of the enemy team well, they gamble stacked, and it just worked, and it's a huge success on their side.
It certainly is. Looks to be a lot of information taken early on. Sferon's hitting headshots left, right, and center. NXS is going to drop there. And now it's just Lukey towards A. The rest of those players have creeped all the way up tunnel, but the trademark's given away their position. Jacek is in position to take them down. Profek gets one on the Vandal as well, denying that possibility of a rifle taken off the board. Sferon sweeps up just in the nick of time. Yuki will fall, and just like that, Turp, they double up for rounds now and take the lead for the first time in this map.
Okay, I have to look up who is the player with the name of Czech&Slovakia, because in Poland we had this really popular football player in like old days. I think he was playing around 2000s, and he was called Czech&Slovakia. Maybe he was, you know, a laughing matter at times because of his technical abilities to kick the ball that wasn't perfect. So basically, you know, calling yourself Czech&Slovakia might not be because you're looking to be Czech&Slovakia, maybe also making a little bit of fun of him. But those are the Polish players. They are goofy ones, they are silly ones, but they are such beasts on the server whenever it comes to, you know, Valorant and giving it your best. However, it's crazy to start the round off Jeva with the answer, but he's quickly shut down by Tajowski, and it's all up to Sferon to actually pull the defense off. He will not be able to do that because it's Luki who's right on the time. However, Profek with a good flank, he just missed the timing, but he can collapse!
What?
Spike down A.
Profek gets a collapse through spawn, possession of the spike. Lukey falls as well, and the round's flipped on its head. Only one player remains now on Team Jacob, and these footsteps should be giving their position away. 7-3-2 creeping up into spawn here. Profek's holding it down. It's going to be a quad for them. Huge round coming out from the defenders. And Turp, they extend that lead.
From the look of it, especially if you just glance at the scoreboard, there's probably Profek and friends. That's how Turb team should be called, because so far the guy has been pumping up the numbers. 11 kills on the board for him, and such a clutch situation here. But let's talk a little bit about it, how Team Jacob didn't manage to win this one. The problem, the mistake that they made was that they left out the spike in the sandpit and did have no one to actually cover it with, let's say, Chambers trap or whatever. So Profek could sneak in behind them unnoticed, and then getting the call out, getting another kill on Viper. It was crucial for the round win, and he single-handedly just wins it for Team Tab.
And that's unreal. Sferon finds another one early on to Lukey. It's Czech&Slovakia that finds that one on Tatajovski as well. We've got a boost up here from Profek on the high angle against a Frenzy. You'd think that these Frenzies aren't going to be winning anything out, but Jacek actually loses their life here. That's an upgrade straight into the hands of Jacob, the captain now well armed, but it will fall solely down to them if they want to find anything in this round. They do spin around just in time to find Sferon, and they will hear the sound cue towards mid. Spike is in their possession, so they also have a little bit of time here to try and work with. They need to isolate these gunfights and preferably get towards that B site sooner rather than later. The overheal wears off. Not too much HP lost, but they've got to be cautious of this angle.
And just a one tap to finish it off. Jeva with the kill. Of course, called Bastion, maybe Bashik if you're a good friend of him. The guy from Wrocław, he is fighting for a spot on the LAN tournament in his hometown, so it's really, really important for him. So far, Tape, he wasn't involved in so many of those situations, just the 1 kill, died 2 times. Looks like he drafted a really good team that is doing all the work for him.
Yeah, I mean, Profek is going crazy right now. I still can't get over that collateral kill in spawn. It was absolutely ridiculous. Must also say, Mag, thank you for helping me out with some of the pronunciations here, because if I get a couple of them wrong, then I do apologize in advance. Lukey will find the first one. Joa does trade it out, but Lukey's doubled up. The Hunter's Fury does get invested, and it's trades back and forth right now. Finally, the advantage sits with the attackers, and well, it's only Jacek here to try and defend it. Loses their life, and it'll have to be a retake from spawn for Terp.
Okay, so I finally found out who Czech&Slovakia is. It wasn't a big of an investigation. I suspected it might be the guy, and of course it's Dark Kosek, the manager of many Polish teams, known, in the Polish underground, let's say. So basically, the fun story about him is that he's currently living in Germany and also working there. So when he got his VRL profile, where you can look up the players, he actually decided to choose the German flag for there. So maybe not a foolish, not full Polish team in the end after all for Ted. Of course, just having fun. I know those guys personally, and they are such a cool guys. Maybe you'll actually manage to meet them, because it looks like Team F might be on a good way to winning the round. To winning the first map, of course, but maybe also looking forward to winning it all in Group A.
Yeah, they've certainly got off to a good start. That ping on the owl drone will be followed up by a Hunter's Fury. Jacek finds that one. We'll go searching for more, but those players have already backed away. The spike yet again finds itself in the sandpit, like you said. But this time, it eventually falls into the hands of a player, and they begin to move around. Profek will find another. That's a bit of an awkward gunfight for Tajovski, but they get it over the line, and that's the key part, because they're causing a lot of problems from this position in tube. Sferon will eventually shut them down, but the thought lingers on the mind of these Turk players. Could it still be an A execute? It's not going to be. That's the question answered for you. It will be that B hit, and that spike looks to be going on down as they've crossed already towards the site.
Terp's all alone, and he's actually decided to back off, get his team on the board, and try to play retake with the player advantage. Jacob's still on the side, dancing around the pillar, and he really has to hit those shots. Gets the first one, but he didn't manage to run away from Sferon. Profek doesn't know about NXS, and it's up to him. 1v1, who'll come out on top.
Ooh, it's going to be Sferon on this occasion. The Reyna wins out. Jacob lost the duel in the mirror matchup, and they've lost out in the end here as well in the 1 versus 1 on the team's behalf. A triple for them is huge, and they keep on extending their advantage. It seems as if Jacob, they won that pistol round, and then they were almost winded by the instant response that we saw. 4 rounds in a row is a great deal of numbers to be putting up early on, and that momentum will sit very nicely with them as they can keep that credits flowing. And, well, the same can't really be said here for Team Jacob. They don't have the best money, and it seems like, well, NXS will be getting the Tour de Force, so they do have a weapon to use in this round. But still, on a nice edge in terms of economy.
Yeah, they've managed to actually, get the full buy here, but if they lose this round, they'll have to finally go to Eco again. So it's really important for them. 2 birds with 1 stone. As you would say, Team Terp can kill 2 birds with 1 stone if they win this one around. Jeva playing with his blades. He's actually suspecting a quick B hit, but I think the chance, that the small window for him to use the dash just timed out. So that wasn't a great prediction on the hit. Team Jacob taking their time, they're playing slow, and they've actually managed to move towards A side. The problem is the Tajovski sole player on the flank. He has access to the spike. He's the spike carrier, so he really has to, I don't know, keep moving, get moving towards A side if they want to hit there.
Yeah, Tajovski, like you pointed out quite rightly, is still lurking towards elbow. It looks like Jacob may be joining them, but no, it'll just be a quick trip to the graveyard. Profek finds Yuki as well towards the A side of the map, but Tajovski, they found an opening. They'll be getting that spike down, and the lurk that they started to try and make earlier in the round seems to be paying off because they've got themselves into the post plant. Jewa wants to push the issue as the Viper's pick goes down. They'll find the first. Baluki swings back. They drop them. It is a 1 versus 3. They've got a smoke to play around, but it's just Czech&Slovakia that shuts them down. And it will be another round for Turp, and a very key round to be picking up. Like you mentioned, I don't think Jacob are going to have the money coming out of this one.
That's it for them. I thought for a moment that maybe Luki playing around his Viper speed might be able to pull it off. Tough situation, 1v3, but he couldn't do it. So far, you can see that Jeva, the Kosek and Sferon, they got on the board 7 kills each, and it's still Profek, leading the way with 14 executions on his own. Turp a little struggling just a little bit. He's usually the sole player, the one lone guy towards B side, the recipient of most of those pushes. And like we've mentioned before, like we've predicted, Team Jacob, they have to go towards this eco round. Just one Marshall. Usually this is the saving grace for those teams. If you want to make something happen, it's usually because of those guys who are using Marshall. They are pushing quickly, but with those sheriffs, they have to be quick. They have to be really accurate with those shots.
Profek is certainly hitting theirs. Sveron finds one as well, and just like that, there's only one player left. They know where they are. Luki dies, and just like that, Turp, they continue the advantage. Like you said, you need to be hitting your shots on a gun like the Marshall. I really do love it. It's such a great weapon, especially when you do connect that headshot.
Yeah.
Sheriff, the same can be said, doesn't have the same kind of range. There are situations where you are hitting a player for 145 and you end up losing out because they've got a Vandal instead, but that wasn't really to be the case. No real shots being made. It was just the 1 kill they were able to find on this round from NXS, and well, it was a body shot anyway, so nothing of what we were really expecting to see, but the round does come through, and I think that was somewhat of a given. But they have a buy round now. The pace will be changing. Seems to be a fast re-execute, but they've already lost out that first pick. It's an instant trade.
Yeah, but it looked like Turp already did his job. Putting some damage on the board, getting those players a little bit lower. Of course, Team Jacob managed to get the spike down, but Team Turp quick with the answer. However, the Hunter's Fury being invested. Tajovski, he didn't hit most of them, but it's still Jacob getting out on top. And he has advantage, 3-2, and Spike planted ready for some time. They have to be quick. They have to, get going if they want to win this round. However, Sferon is the guy who's putting the numbers on the board. He still has to come out on top in this fight with Tajovski, and he'll actually manage to do it. Jumping on top of the fence, getting the better angle, and defusing the spike. 8th round on the board for Team Turp, and you just have to feel sorry for Team Jacob. They had a good idea. They've actually managed to execute it on B side, get the spike down, but then comes Sferon, who just gets 3 kills on the board, fuses the spike, and says, "Thank you very much for the 8th round for my team."
Yeah, we've seen it happen a couple times now as well, Mag, where it's gone down to those close 1 versus 1s, and players like Sferon have done so much for their team to get those extra rounds on the board for Turp. I think in that situation, I thought it was Jacek actually coming from main that would be doing the damage. They had a great flank, but no, it was Sferon that got the triple in the end. And just like that, it will be yet another on the board now. 4 times as many rounds for those defenders, and Jacob, they have to continue their campaign on the attack, see what they can find, but, well, you can get rid of the cam. It's only pain that they're finding at this point in time. First blood goes against them.
Well, and you can only expect it from those players on the side of Team Turp. Like I've mentioned before, Dziewiczенko as well as Jacek Szynówek, also known as the Kosek, those guys are part of Might Comet, a team in Poland that is made of good friends, but actually want to compete in those lower level tournaments. And in terms of Profek, as well as Sferon, those guys actually gave it a go, gave it a try during the last 2 years, trying to become those professional athletes in Poland. So if you're, you know, familiar with Polish scene, you know those teams who were called, let's say, Meisterstück, or maybe Angentium for a long time, holding a fully Polish roster. There are a couple of other players who actually play in this tournament and were also a part of Angentium, the best example being Nitro in Team Sayu. So that's exactly what I was, trying to... Maybe not trying, that's what I predicted that is going to happen. Team Jacob, most of those guys coming from Fortnite, having those mechanical skills, but just not being so well aware of what's happening because of those, Valorant insights, Valorant abilities. Sferon and Terp putting some numbers on the board. It should be 10-2 first half. And such a commanding performance from the side of Team Terp.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else really needs to be said in this situation. There's not much that NXS can really do there. Profect shuts them down. Another multi-kill secured on the side of Terp. So many players that are able to chip in and put these numbers on the board for them. Profect is the one that stands out amongst the rest. 21-5 will be their kill-to-death ratio, or, kill-to-death score, I suppose, on the score, but the numbers they're putting up are huge either way. And the fact that they secure double digits inside that first half means that it's not going to take very much to get them over the line here. The pistol round could do it, plain and simple, so if Jacob aren't able to find this one, I think it's fair to say that that's going to be their game over, at least in terms of this first matchup in Group A.
Okay, so one of those 2 rounds that Team Jacob managed to win was, of course, the pistol round. If they want to still fight in this matchup, they have to start winning the pistol round, because if they lose it, this is pretty much game over, lights out. You cannot do anything. And NXS in such tough position. Why he didn't use it earlier? He should have just TP'd back and saved his life, but he was too late with it. And Profik as well as Sferon getting on the board. Sferon is so confident that he actually picks up the Sheriff during the first round. Oh, Jacek Szynówek, he didn't expect it. That's a good positioning from Jacob. He's still fighting. Trace making use of his dash, but he didn't manage to get the kill. And it has to be Sferon, it has to be Profik right now. Those 2 guys staying alive, but finally Team Jacob, getting those kills on the board in a tough situation. 2v4, they've managed to turn it all around and get the 3rd round on the board.
Yeah, that's a very important round for them to pick up. However, the fact they weren't able to deny that spike plant leaves the opportunity for a force buy to come through, and surprise, surprise, we're going to be getting it. Terp, they feel confident to buy into those Spectres, go for something aggressive on round 2, and this time it'll be a shift of focus towards the B site. NXS in that situation, like you said, I would have wanted to see them maybe TP away a little bit sooner. The issue is they were the only player there. They had to deny that spike plant for the extra money, but they weren't able to do it. The force comes through, and this could pose a real threat for Team Jacob's hopes in keeping themselves alive in this one.
Yeah. Oof, that's a quick strike on B side, but Luki just getting those kills on the board. Of course, putting his utility down. Snakebite making enemies vulnerable to taking more damage. And Luki just showing us that one of those bullets, if it hits the head of the enemy, it will instantly kill him. It will instantly end him. And something that I wanted to mention is that if you're looking for one team that is most likely to actually buy on those force rounds, buy on those half eco rounds, it will be Team Terp. Those guys are like, we don't care, we'll just buy it and actually try to push the enemies to their limits. So we can expect them doing some, crazy stuff, some maybe making those decisions that might not be ideal in those situations, but there might be just enough for them to snatch the win from the enemies.
And not only that, the fact that they force buy into that and don't win it means that now Jacob get an opportunity at a couple more rounds to try and pick up. Lucky finds that one to Jiwa. And it's a big opener to be taking. These players are quite spread out considering the resources they have available to them. So they're just looking to maybe try and find an opener, see if they can make some space for themselves. Profect will be holding this one down. Can't quite land those first few shots, eventually lands a body. But that's going to be it. The body doesn't fall. It stands resolute, and it will now just be Turp, the captain, with a marshal in hand to see what they can't find here.
Not that I don't believe, it's just unlikely that he'll do anything here. Well,
Yeah.
the best thing that he could pull off right now is maybe take off some guns from the enemies, but that's about it. So, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of forcing and of losing the first round from part of Team Turp, because this is just how you could give way back to the game from for Team Jacob. Playing willy-nilly, like, you know, kind of maybe pushing the limits. The win is just out of just in the reach, like, how do you say it?
Yeah, inches away,
reach
you
or something
suppose.
like, inches away.
Yeah, within arm's distance, I suppose. A stone's throw, if you will.
Yeah,
but
so basically,
you know, I can give you a myriad of different phrases to use, but I know the point that they're trying to make. Basically, they were very close to it. They would have had that guaranteed force by going up against Spectres if they had decided to concede one round. But, just as you said, they've given away twice as many now as a result. And they will be going up against a full set of rifles instead. So this could very easily shift the other way. It is important to remember they did force into that second round, and that's what gave them so much momentum to actually get those 10 rounds in the first half. But it's going to bite back this time around. Sferon finds an opener, which is huge. It means only Luki's here to defend. They lose their life as well. And things may be shifting back to what we were expecting, as this is a great post plant that Turp have managed to set up.
Luki staying all alone on side, he couldn't do much and just force. So 10-2 looks real bad, but 10-5 is actually doable, right? So on the side of Team Jacob, they really needed this round to get it on the board. But with the worst equipment, with the worst guns, it is just so hard. And you can see that Team Turp, when they finally get their hands on the guns, they strike back instantly. You could see the confidence in Sferon while he was approaching through mid, through the tunnel. He just got onto side, put two players to their sleep, and the round is over. 11-5, and well, I think that those 3 rounds that just happened at the start of the second half, well, Team Jacob could call them, you know, a mistake at work or whatever during the work.
Yeah.
So this won't happen again. When Team Turp has guns, they'll probably just manage to pull it off, especially with, you know, ultimate from Reina being in play. It has to be an XS who holds off the attackers all alone on their side.
Chamber versus Chamber. The position is where, and Profect will find it. Peeks out into mid, gets Jacob as well. It's a triple for them now. They're hungry for a quad. Searching in towards mid, they try and find Lucky, but they've already moved up, and instead they'll rejoin their team on the site. A 1 versus 3 to potentially claw things back for their team. But it looks like we may just be seeing match point. They see it eventually. Such a nice shot there from Profect. A very capable player of whom I'm just looking forward to seeing more and more of as this tournament continues.
At least 2 times he pulled off 4K, and he's about to drop 30 in this map. 28 on the board for him so far. His ultimate ready to be in use, and Team Jacob struggling on the low buy, probably during the very last round of the first matchup here. And like I told you, I'm expecting Team Turp to get out of this group and actually battle it out with Team Tago, if I remember correctly. Those 2 teams I have highest expectations for.
Well, they're certainly doing well right now. Sferon does find, well, nothing. They get taken down. The Reina on the opposite side. Jacob will get them. The Hunter's Fury comes through as well. Profect loses their life. They may be set up to get 30 kills, but they won't be able to achieve it on this round at the very least. Ultimates do sit in the hands of Jacob right now, so if they find this one without investing any of them, there is still a Viper's Pit that they could look to use in the following rounds. Opportunities to save face a little bit. We know that round differential can be really, really important sometimes in these games, in these group stages. We've seen it happen multiple times. The Hungarian qualifiers come to mind when we think about teams that were able to qualify on round differential, so Right now, doing as much as they can will be very important. Jewa spots out one. That is dirty. NXS loses their life. They find another through the wall on Tatarski. Dashes into the site against Yuki as well. What is this? The Blaze-Storm comes out. Surely not. They're going to find that fourth maybe. I'm not too sure. They do! Through the slip of the crack. They're going to get it a quad. This round has shifted completely on its head. Joe is searching for the last one. They're going to hear the steps. They swing out just in time. Only one blade left. Can't quite connect. The dismiss comes through. The flick is there. Such low HP on both players. And they'll eventually get it. An ace to seal things. 13-5. Terp see it out. I'm speechless. That's not the round that they should have been winning, Mag.
Completely stunned with how well Jeva performed during the last round. Of course, he was pulling the numbers ring throughout the whole match, but it had to be him who made the difference. Tough situation, 3v5, and they have to pull it back. Well, he just did it. Amazing player, and he just showcased us why Jet is still going to be not available. It's still
yeah, ever present
usable,
in the meta.
Ever present, yeah, in the meta. If you have a talented player, you know, making use of her abilities, making use of her kit, you can pull off such crazy stuff, so crazy that we almost cannot believe that just happened.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous. We were speaking about players like Profek having such a great performance on that first map, but Jewa equally as capable in that situation to pull off a crazy play. So that's going to be a big first map win there for Terp. It'll sit them on a nice 3 points. Unfortunately for Team Jacob, they'll have to keep on searching if they want to find their first points of the day, but they showed strong signs as well. An equally as capable team, I think, but you know, maybe just outclassed on this occasion.
I think there's just too much firepower on Team Tab to go up against. You have Profek, you have Sveron, you have Jeva. It was just Tab who didn't, you know, manage to get so many kills on the board, but still he was useful because of his abilities. If you play against Viper, you will always, you know, be kind of annoyed with her utility, and he did his job perfectly in terms of slowing the advances down, in terms of holding those sites alone. He just made the space for the team to shine. The best facilitator that you could, you know, you could ask for in Terp.
Yeah, definitely. So after that 10-2 half things, they got a little bit ropey there in the end for Team Terp, but they do eventually see it out 13-6, capped off, of course, by this magnificent ace from Jewa. That last kill, maybe a little bit more ropey than the other ones. I think the nerves were perhaps starting to set in, like, whoa, I can actually pull this off. You know, I'm in a situation where I can actually win this one out, but it's well deserved in the end. And without further ado, we are going to be heading over to a very short break. But when we return, we will be bringing you that second game of the day, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Streamers League qualifiers. I'm Hazza, joined once again alongside Mag, and we just saw the first game of Group A in the Polish qualifiers. It was a very dominant performance from Terp, and we're going to be seeing them yet again now, this time against Team Fatka. What are they able to do going up against them? I'm not too sure. It's definitely going to be a pretty big mountain to climb.
Yeah, this is a really good question because we've just seen such a convincing victory from the side of Team Terp, and if you ask me, Team Jacob, they have some good talent inside of this roster. Jacob himself is a talented player coming from Fortnite, so he has an FPS background. You would expect them to somehow perform, and I feel like Team Terp actually gave them, a little bit too much space in terms of their rounds. So 13-5, you think this is a convincing victory, but really it could be 13-3, 13-4 maybe. So Team Fatka, I'm so sorry, but from what I'm seeing, she mostly invited her maybe friends or some other streamers into the mix. And Team Terp, they mean business. They really want to get into LAN in Wrocław. So I'm expecting an even more demanding victory from the side of Team Terp here.
Yeah, they're certainly going to need every advantage that they can possibly get, and well, you know what that starts? That always starts with having great gear. So make sure to use !HyperX in the chat if you want to get your hands on some of their awesome gear. As well, of course, thank you to the city of Wrocław for, hosting the LAN. If one of these teams are able to make it there, well, that's yet to be seen, whether it's Group A or Group B. We are obviously covering Group A today. And use !Surfshark in the chat as well to look at what they have in store for you. So speaking of what we've got in store for us, we have the second map coming through of the second game we're going to be seeing today, and it is Bind. So something a little bit more on par with what we were probably expecting to get out of these best of ones. I think you would agree, Mag.
Yeah, especially I'm really excited because just recently we've started second league of VRL and we've had a lot of binds showing. Out of 8 games, I think there were 4 binds played in total. So I'm quite, familiar with the map and how it should be played, what's up to the latest standards and how the meta shapes there. Of course, this is the map that I believe that is really complicated in terms of, okay, do you have an idea how to play binds? You really need a good strategy to pull the win off there. It's not Haven, it's not Icebox where you can just land your shots, maybe get an advantage this way. On Bind, you really need to take space, you really need to trade utility, and if you're on the attack side, those explodes will be probably the approach that you want to have. So basically combine those sky flashes with the brimstone smokes and all of those stuff. This leads me to believe that the map pick hugely favors Team Terp because, well, that's what I can say about them, that they're a good, consistent and quite structured team from what we have seen on Breeze so far.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, Bind stylistically plays very different to a lot of the other maps, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of style these teams are going to adopt and the agents they bring forward to try and facilitate that. Raze looking to be hovered on both teams early on, and that doesn't really surprise me. The amount of damage her utility provides and can cram into those tight spaces is really integral to the way that you set up in this map. The teleporters obviously are the key feature. You can try and abuse that a little bit. Terp, we see, will be going on the Sage. You can use those slow orbs in tandem with the paint shells to create a devastating effect on any of those players caught in the midst of it. So looking onto the other side, Patka, they've changed things just a little bit. They're going to be going for a Brimstone as their controller instead of the Astra. Obviously, Astra felt a few changes to her kit. She doesn't have as many stars to work with, and those cooldowns are a lot heftier than they were before. So it's something you have to keep in mind when you're using your utility. You have to be quite sparing with the way that you employ it. So there are some quite different teams that we're seeing come through here as well. KO as an initiator. What's your feeling for that agent on a map like Bind?
Personally, I think Sky is much better as an initiator. This is the must pick for me on the map. You can check a lot of places, a lot of spaces with her Wolf, as well as playing during, on the B long or maybe in showers on close angle, having your Parrot ready to flash the enemies. So I value Sky much higher than KO, and also recently I've started to value Sova himself on the map much higher. I was not a big fan of this agent because I feel like those spaces are usually crowded, there is a lot of cover, and you can just dodge either drone or maybe Sova darts, but the space that he provides with his ultimate, as well as the drone that can lead you safely to one of those spaces, is much more needed. So if I were to choose from the looks of the, of course, team compositions, I would have to go with Team Terp. And of course, they are bringing in the Fade, which is something completely new to the game. And I think that we are seeing her for the very first time during our broadcasts.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time we do see Fade in Streamers League, so definitely something to keep an eye out for. And speaking of keeping an eye out, Sveron had some amazing plays with them last time around, obviously filling in that initiator role. Sky being another one of those agents you spoke about filling in that role. I think of players like Starzo, Polish player who has a lot of success with them. I think this map as a whole is a Polish stronghold. Ascend like to play it quite a lot. Naturally, they've had a lot of roster changes, and well, look at that from JWet to open things up. The paint shells rain on down. And that's certainly a Polish player who's just getting straight in the mix. So is Profek. An explosive start to this second map.
This is just a slaughter. Like I told you, well, I'm so sorry, Team Wpadka. I really enjoy your streams. I like to hang out there. But Team Terp is really in business. Jeva getting those 2 kills at the start with the paint shells, painting the hookah walls with red farb. Not farb, with red paint, actually. That was something really weird. I tried to implement Polish word into the English language. But I would like to circle back into the whole Bind map pick, because like you've mentioned, it really is a Polish map for Ascent. But also, if you remember correctly, I'm not sure if you have been following... I'm sorry, I'm just talking because that's something that I expected. I'm not even surprised that Profik is getting those 4 kills. He's such a talented, he's such a sick player. And, well, he just played with his Headhunter, so he will probably be able to, to get a better gun towards this round. Or maybe just play with his ultimate. He's 6-0 so far, so he just needs one more ult orb to pull it off.
Yeah, and that's going to be a great opportunity for them to use on this round. I mean, the bonus round, or the anti-eco, sorry, that second round can always be quite boring because it's a one-sided affair. You know what's going to happen. I don't know if you've ever used a wax strip before, but it's kind of like that, right? You stick it on, it's painful, it drags out, but, once it's come off, you've got a nice smooth patch on your leg, so you're chilling afterwards. Don't know why I've used that analogy. Perhaps I was subjected to one.
Have you used the wax strip yourself?
It was. I'll tell you what. It was against my will, Mag. It was against my will. But either way, you know what could be against their will? Profek in the back lines. They're lining up these players. They go for a few vandal shots through the smoke. Can't quite find the KO, but they will eventually. I think it is just Fenry left, and they're gonna lose their life. Dominant as ever.
Yeah.
I think I'm glad that Profek pushed in the back there because it meant that I could stop talking about the wax strip.
You probably lost some kind of gamble or whatever, right? Like with your friends.
No.
You said, no?
Yeah,
You've done it voluntarily.
Well, it was the wax tax. It was the price I had to pay. Everyone just got one strip on their leg. It was a bit of a dare, but anyway, I think something we're going to have to see from Team Wpadka here is them to be a bit daring, daring in their own right, to try and find something a bit different, shift the balance, because Terp, they need to be unsettled at this point in time. It just seems a little too comfortable. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they really do. I'm not sure you have noticed how the round started, but basically, I believe that Team Terp, they've put 1 star towards markets, and it was Jeva who put his paint shells there. So there was the gravitational well by Astra used, combined with the paint shells. The round started 2 seconds later. There's 1 player less on the side of Team Wpadka. And I'm sorry, but it just looks like shooting fish in the barrel. On the side of Profek, on the side of Terp, they have no problem at all to get those rounds, those kills on the board, 4-0. In the blink of an eye, the map just started, and already it's such a huge advantage on the side of Team Terp.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the kills that Team Futka have in this situation, they've got a combined total of 4 kills, and Profek already has 3 times as many by themselves in this situation. We've only played 4 rounds. There's a kill for every round that's been played on that attacking side. So, I mean, I want to say that there are signs they can maybe try and improve, and well, that's one that they can certainly look to exploit. If Profek is getting overconfident, you can punish them. Turf in an aggressive position as well is certainly expected on top of the wall. And just like that, with the lower HP, you expect them to cut them down, but no! It's a double instead, and the scoreline in terms of players goes back to a 3 versus 3.
And he just met Wpadka. I think they touched their noses. That's how she got the kill. 1 HP for Poison, but he's finally finished off. And Wpadka also falls victim to Czech&Slovakia, the best Polish players of all time. Maybe after Lewandowski and a couple hundred others. This was the round where Team Wpadka could have done something, but Teb coming in clutch with this anti-flash strat. He just turned away from the flash and got 2 kills because they both checked the same thing. Sigma Pro and Fenry, they should have checked one side, one of them the left side, and the other just running out and looking towards the side, because otherwise they kind of lined up and Step had an easy job of killing both of them. Uh-oh. No, come on, Jeva. He just missed the blast stop.
Does eventually use it, gets around the corner, puts some damage down, but Terps lost their life. The trades do eventually come through thick and fast. I mean, what can even be said? Jewa's doing a 360. You can't be doing that to them, man. Rosen will shut them down, and you know they get a telling off for their bad behavior in that situation. But Futka, in the 1 versus 2, actually. Well, their position's been spotted. Oh, I wish this didn't have to happen, but no. Czech&Slovakia gets dropped, and now in the 1 versus 1, Profek with only 30 points of health, this is a lot more doable. I was saying before, 150 HP, every single bit of utility in hand, except for the stim beacon that we've just seen. We'll get the spike as well, a potential upgrade in weapon if they need it. The ball is in their court. If there's a round they're going to win, this surely has to be it, Mag.
Finally, some kind of a chance for Wpadka to pull it off, but I think that Profek right now, he knows what's happening because Wpadka just activated one of his traps, 20 seconds left, and if she plays good around her ultimate, she could actually avoid fighting with the last remaining player on the side of Team Terp. She has orbital strike ready, as well as her smokes and the Molotov, so she just really needs to make use of her utility and do not pick a 1v1 fight with the enemy player. She's unsure what position, where she can do it, and it's Profek who just connects one of those bullets and gets the 6th round on the board. However, it was the closest one, so Team Wpadka, they're looking better and better each round.
They certainly are. I think it's maybe a question of either Wpadka looking better as a team, or Terp getting more and more overconfident, more overzealous as time carries on, because it must be said there are a few instances there where they were maybe a little bit ridiculous with the way they were trying to play. I'm thinking Jera trying to do a 360 or something of the like as they pushed up short. So we will have to see. Profek only drops once at this point in time, wins out that 1v1 very cleanly. Ultimates on the board here for Team Wpadka. I would love to have seen them go for an A execute, just a big ult towards Lance, but Profek gets shut down. Sigma Pro, living up to their name, an absolute Sigma player who gets that first one. Lots of sound cues given away towards Terp, so they have the information. Just depends if they're going to be able to get this kill. It's an isolated fight. Only Mito to fight. Doesn't even clear it. Surely not. How much time do they buy? It's just enough. Won't be any more than just a shot in the back of the head. No knives, no insult to injury. But the retake now is a 4 versus 4.
Okay, but they've managed to plant the spike. However, there's 3 players on site. Not ideal position. They will just get routed there. And it's Czech&Slovakia. He gets in. Sigma Pro trying to put the numbers in, but he's unable to win it all by himself. 7th round on the board of Team Terp. And I'm just feeling that they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Profek pushing each angle and being punished 2nd round in the row. Maybe not 2nd round in the row, but I think out of 3 last rounds, he was the first one to fall
Yeah.
in 2 of those.
Yeah. And it doesn't help you out whatsoever. In that situation, Terp only have 2 players left. So, you know, they are a little bit short on numbers in that situation. But the credits are there. They've won 7 in a row. They will still be able to buy into this round very healthily. And Fatka have to go back to the drawing board. They don't have the guns to work with either. Astra was very useful on that retake, I think, the amount of utility that she has. Czech&Slovakia obviously hitting their shots, living up to their name. I'm thinking of a few Polish players, one from my football team, Przemysław Placheta. I don't know if you know them. Maybe not a favourite of many, but, you know, a player nonetheless. And that's just what you got to do. Hit your shots. And, well, what's Profet going to do in this situation? They lose out again.
Okay, I see that Team Wpadka is actually improving, and I wanted to, you know, stop beating around the bush. You clearly can see the difference in the level of those teams, but Team Wpadka, they are not giving up. They really want to show that they are not the ones to be beaten quite easily. Terp, however, he's doing it by himself. Finally, Boombot gets better of him. He falls down 2v2. But on the side of Team Terp, Jacek Szynówek standing on his last legs. It's the 90th minute in the soccer, you know, game, and he has no power left, but he has to keep going. And will he be able to get this to score a goal, to get it on the side of his team? It might be just Farron who gets there first.
Oh, well, if each player counted for a goal, Team Wpadka is down 2 players to 1. If they win this, though, the scoreline could read 7-1. Almost as if we're going back to Brazil versus Germany all those years ago. But I don't think there's going to be enough to... Oh, there is actually. They're going to be able to get the spike down. So once again, it falls on the captain's shoulders. What can she do in the 1 versus 1? The spike does drop so close. In the end, utility will clear things out. Sveron can spam a little bit here. They're going to go all the way through. Surely not. Wpadka does reposition to the backside, so they won't be getting caught out on this occasion. There's utility to use as well. Sveron's jumping out in and around. Surely not with the classic. Poking a few shots and connecting the head eventually. 8-0. We're spared the 7-1 flashbacks. Mag.
I really want Team Wpadka to beat those guys, because they are, you know, jumping around, not defusing the spike, playing with Odins, just having a good time, but someone has to put them in their place, right? Maybe it will be Team Pago, because this is the matchup, this is the game that I'm looking forward to the most, because I feel like the level of the competition will be the closest there. But Team Wpadka, even despite not winning a single round yet, I'm already quite impressed with how they perform, because they are putting up a great fight. And of course, you can make an argument that Team Terp, they are running around, they are being silly, they are, you know, maybe having a bit of a too good of a time, but still, you cannot discount those shots that Mito, that Sigma Pro are landing against Profek, who was such a beast during last match.
They found my trap.
Yeah, I think those early rounds count for so much as well, because, oh, Profek, caught with the pants down, doesn't get punished whatsoever. The KO 0 point will deny the tour de force, but they are still able to get away scot-free. Milo has found a couple here. That information from the Fade utility allows for her to spot out 2 players, but they're so compromised. Profek has to support, comes in the back lines. That sniper is now back in their hands and firing away in support. Mito may catch a stray bullet or 2. Doesn't actually connect in the end, and, well, they're on to a triple now, 2 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
If they were to get around, you'd think it might be this, but they get shut down. Profek in place to drop the spike, and just like that, 9-0. Mag, I want to ask you a question. So, you think that Terp versus Pago is going to be the one to watch out for then?
Yeah,
in terms of caliber in these teams.
Most definitely, because Team Pago himself, he's notorious for being, you know, one of the funniest streamers there in the CS:GO world in Poland. But he's also a part of a team. I'm not sure if it still exists, Emeritus Banditos, you know, those guys who are big Polish streamers, but also quite decent CSGO players. So he has FPS background, and he has completed a team that competes in Valorant, but was also known to him beforehand during his CSGO times, before they switched to Valorant. So I'm expecting it to be such a close game. Like I've told you before, like I've mentioned, they have some players who used to be pro, who have retired, or who are inactive right now due to some, I don't know, life circumstances or whatever. So I'm expecting it to be a close one. I do not know which side I'm leaning forward the most, because it's so hard to say. So far, we've just seen Team Turb, you know, completely slaughtering the opposition. But we'll have a chance to see Team Pago in action, I think, in around 20 minutes or so, unless we'll have to wait for the schedule to get, you know, to be on time.
Yeah. That's something important to note. This is the second game in a row that we've seen Turp, obviously, so they will be getting a break. Looking at historical results, it usually takes only 2 wins, 6 points to at least confirm your position. Turp spotted so many players here, goes for the one tap, but gets caught out. Mito's waiting with the judge, and that means that now, Futka, they have an advantage, and not only that, there are quite a few players to do it. Sferon is in the back line, so this is something they will need to be aware of. Odin in their hands so they can rip through some of these players. Look how many of them they've seen. They're just walking through. The back door's left wide open. Fenry will shut them down eventually. Back to a 2 versus 2. But there is a showstopper in the hands of both these Razors. The Rockets will trade back and forth, but it is only Fenry that drops. Mito will eventually as well. The 2-2 goes 2-0, and it looks like this may be a 2-0 record on the cards for Team Turb.
And 13-0, it looks like Team Turb could pull it off. And you've mentioned that the round difference is of great importance, but I'm gonna be honest with you. For the side of Team Turb, I don't think that the round difference will mean that much.
No, it won't.
Because they're just striking the enemy, the opposition down with such an ease. Oh, look at it. Czech&Slovakia, they're making the how would you call it? The snake in the middle,
almost.
A tunnel, yeah.
Of the nebula smokes to push up, and well, look at these players. They're already running into spawn. Futka's down. Profex found one, another. Yasek gets 2. It's a flawless 12-0. Need we really say much more, Mag? This has been an extremely dominant performance from Turp. I was thinking that Futka may struggle a little bit, but I'm not really sure if I was believing it would really be to this extent, because this has been fairly ridiculous. We will be spared seeing either of these two teams in the next game. It will be Jacob versus Pago, of course. So it's interesting to note, like I said, the round differential, it won't matter. You pointed it out quite rightly. They've won their first 2 games. They only have 1 game left against Team Pago, which you think will be the toughest opposition that they end up facing. So they've already qualified, respectfully. Whether they end up getting that first position or second position, no other teams are realistically going to be able to put up more numbers than they have already. So this is a fantastic sign for them early on.
They really do, and the word I was looking for, the infamous snake angle in terms of those smokes that were put down in the middle. Sferon making use of a shorty to kill Fatka. They managed to land the spike down, but I feel like the defenders, they just have to kill Mito, and this will be all over in under 20 minutes. That was a lightning fast game, but Team Turb, they deliver yet again.
They certainly do. 13-0 reads the score. The most dominant performance we've seen all day. We've only seen 2 games, and I thought the first one was pretty one-sided, but this takes the cake. Unfortunately for Team Futka, they'll have to look elsewhere to find their first points of the afternoon. And in my mind, like I said before, Team Turp, they're pretty much on the beach at this point in time. They have 1 game left against Team Pago to secure that flawless sweep to secure 9 points, but they're going to be sitting on 6 right now, and they're going to be very happy with themselves after that one.
Well, those highlights are going to be the quick ones, and of course some crazy highlights, because Jeva, Profek, Tev, they all went above and beyond to get those highlights in. They really wanted to get the highlight reel, I guess, at the start of the tournament. And of course, like I've mentioned before, like I told you, I'm really looking forward to Pago against Team Turbo, but also Pago against Team Jacob might be an interesting matchup, because Team Jacob, they've showed us that they can they've managed and they can still go up against Team Turb, and I believe that Team Pago will have to still take the game seriously, because even though Team Jacob lost to Team Turb, they still could turn it around and maybe bring 2-1 scoreline in terms of the matchup head to head against Team Pago.
Yeah, I think Team Jacob, like you said, do look to be a very capable side, so it's not one that you can really undermine or underrate, in this situation. I think full respect has to be given to them by Team Pago when we do eventually see that matchup. It will be the next one coming up for you guys. It's going to be a 2-game stint for Team Pago. They sat out the first couple to let Terp do the business. They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable in that situation now. At the current top of Group A, sealing maximum points for their team, but like I said, it's now Team Pago's turn. Jacob are going to need to try and find their first points as well. It'll certainly be a matchup to look forward to, but we will be taking just a quick break before we come to you guys with that one. So stay tuned and keep yourselves, rested. Get some snacks maybe, rehydrate, and come back for that third matchup. We'll see you then.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
bum to the beat. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hello everyone, I'm HazardJC and welcome back to the Streamers League Group A of the Polish qualifiers. I'm joined once again on the mic alongside Mag. We've seen 2 games already today, we'll now be going into the third. Terp got off to a fantastic start, winning their first 2 games 13-5 and 13-0 respectively. We now shift over to who you believe is the second strongest team in the tournament, Pago. They will be playing against Team Jacob in this first matchup. But before we get into that, we have to, of course, shout out our sponsors, the city of Wrocław, where the LAN will be held, and HyperX as well for providing us with this awesome gear. Make sure to use !HyperX in the chat to get your hands on some of that, as well as !Surfshark to check out some of the offers they have in store. Also, not to mention, if your team isn't doing as well as you'd maybe hoped and they are not getting as far in the tournament as you want, you do also have the opportunity for the HyperX wildcard to vote for them to continue their run through that wildcard spot and make it to the LAN. So, looking at the way things are setting up so far, if Jacob struggles here, they could maybe be on the cards for collecting that wildcard spot, because Pago, in your eyes, is a very strong opposition to be going up against.
So for Jacob, this really is the last call. They have to win this one if they want to get to Wrocław in terms of competition. If not, they will have to, of course, put their hopes in the basket of HyperX Wildcard. And yeah, like you mentioned, like you've told me, Team Pago being top 2 for sure in this group. I'm not sure if in terms of all the other 8 teams, if all, like, you know, among all the other 8 participants, they will have to prove it. But just from the looks of the squad, just from the looks of the names that are in the roster of Pago, I can tell you those guys are not messing around. You have some really talented and strong players in the lineup, so I'm looking forward to seeing them play. And of course, the map that will be played with is Ascent. I'm quite happy that we do not have, you know, Bind 2 times in a row or Breeze yet again. We can explore those maps that Valorant has to offer.
Yeah, I just glanced down and saw the map pick moments ago, and Ascent isn't really too much of a surprise for me. I think it's a map I was maybe expecting to see in one of the first 2 games, but no, we've gone to Breeze, we've gone to Bind, and now we're going to Ascent. So I like this bit of variety, Mag, keeping us, you know, keeping it fresh, not making sure that we're going to too many maps, or too little of a pool of maps, should I say, which is what you'd usually expect from the best of 1. But, well, speaking of expectations, this is what I expected to see. You mentioned these players having a great skill level, and Ascent is a fantastic place to show that to a great extent, because it's very open, especially towards that mid area, so there'll be a lot of gun duels between these 2 teams going on. I mean, we expect it anyway, it's Valorant, but it's a fantastic opportunity for them to showcase their skills against one another, and it will come down to a lot of the way that they play these angles, especially considering the way that the map sets itself out. And something else to maybe focus in on will be if we do actually get an operator in play in those mid areas, because I mean, we've seen the Tour de Force a few times could drop into the hands of these chamber players, but in terms of raw operator, we've not really seen it touch the surface at all today.
Yeah, well, Team Jacob are for sure no whipping boys, if I could forward it this way. So I'm looking forward to a couple of those players pulling out maybe up, like you've mentioned, Ascent being the map where there's a big open area in the middle, but I'm also focusing on those main B main and A main, because it's typical for teams to have different approaches. Some of them like to fight over mid, the rest prefer to maybe get control over those A main or B main areas, and in all of those areas, in all of those places, you can actually use and make a use of the op. Of course, in terms of team compositions, in terms of the agent pool that is going into this map, I'm expecting to see Jet as well as Chamber, because the map is pretty much, you know, a perfect example of how you want to use those agents. The kit is built around peeking, around playing aggressively, and you can do it with both of those agents. So the sniper rifles that you mentioned, usually you can find those operators in the hands of Jets in Chambers. So this could change a lot in terms of how the map is being played.
Yeah, it certainly could. Like you mentioned, Jet has that updraft, which gives her a little extra verticality when it comes to maneuvering the map. There are many different places that you can employ that to find extra effectiveness with the operator. I'm thinking about potentially towards top mid green boxes. Sometimes you see players like to dash up there really quickly into a round, and you get a nice off angle in towards market. But speaking about A and B main, that's also something important to note, because the ultimate orbs on this map, I think, favor the attackers a lot more in the way that they look to try and pick them up. It's not like a B-long on bind, for example, like we saw earlier, where the defenders were able to get it online so often. I think that most of the time we actually saw Provec just pushing up and going for the kills anyway, instead of actually, you know, worrying about the orb there. But A main and B main control, I think, will be really integral to the way that these teams look to try and play the map. If they want to get a lot of control in those areas, I think the defenders will have a much better chance at moving towards A main. I think Omen in the composition could be very strong for building those one-ways and denying them from getting those orbs online. Killjoy sometimes can get played into a team here if they want to opt for it because of the lockdown, but with Brim now coming back in as a more favoured option for a controller, maybe not so much on Ascent, and then obviously Sova being constantly picked on Ascent, it will get shut down time and time again if those ultimates there, the Orbital Strike and Hunter's Fury, are online. So for the most part, it will be Chamber that we see as the Sentinel, like you said, punishing those long angles. And something else important to note when we look at A and B main will be that rotating of the op, and whether we maybe even see a double op setup like sometimes teams such as Liquid use in their compositions. If you build up that defender-sided economy, it can be very difficult to shut down.
I completely agree. Finally, you've mentioned Team Liquid, and I'm not sure if you are following the news, but I think it was Yampi a couple of days ago who said that he's going to switch back to CS again on his stream. Yeah. So kind of curious how it will actually fold out, because the VCT starts today and Team Liquid is actually playing. So we'll see how it goes later on. Well, I'm looking into the teams because it's, of course, our responsibility to introduce the players, introduce the participants of today's matches. And in Team Pago, you can find a lot of familiar nicknames, especially if you have followed Streamers League during the first season, where it was the only, exclusively Polish tournament. Team Pago had a rather, how would you put it, a rather similar lineup. Shoshon being his good old friend from CSGO times, who is a player that really grinds it out on the ranked because he has a lot of free times on his hands. And even though he's on the older side of things, if you could put it this way, probably being 25 is being old in esports or whatever, but he still puts in the numbers, he still puts in the work. You have Babka Yuzha, who was a player, taking part in a lot of LAN tournaments in Poland as well. Six, who just completed the season in the VRL and now dropped out of the competition due to unknown circumstances. I don't know, maybe he's just taking a break or taking it slow. And of course, Nex being one of those players who is young, who just passed the matric exams in Poland, because quite recently we've had those here, the finals after the high school. So you can see there's a lot of firepower in the team. That's why I'm predicting them to be the top 2 team in this group, maybe even top 1. I'm curious also how Pago will show himself, because he's a good player, but he's also a goofy one. So you can expect a lot of pushes from him, or maybe unexpected plays coming out of this guy.
Well, that'll certainly be interesting to see. Pago obviously is the captain of their team, and they're going to have to put in a pretty strong performance here, because if things get a little bit close, then it certainly calls into question how they're going to end up doing in that game up against Tarp later on. So this is a little bit of a precursor almost to what we expect to see from them in that later matchup. And yeah, just cutting that one off. So, I mean, that's something that we're not going to want to see. The warning signs cropping up, I suppose, for Team Pago, and really how they're going to deal with things when it comes down to it. And Ascent is a very 50-50 map, I think. When we look at Breeze, that was very dominant from Team Turp, and it can set itself out in that way because it is so open. But Ascent, this is a map that I think teams will be very comfortable with, and especially, like you said, Team Pago, the fact that they are an established lineup. It's interesting that you mentioned Team Liquid and Yampy, the troubles that you can have with players looking to come in and out of rosters. When you have a core 5 players that want to stick around and play together, then it means that you bring so much more to the table when it comes into those clutch moments, when you have to rely on your teammates to watch your back. You have that bond with them, and I think that will be really, really useful for this team coming into that matchup later on, and, well, more importantly, the one that we have in front of us.
When I'm looking at Ascent, the first thing that pops into my mind is that we used to call it a Polish map because in all of the tournaments in the region of Central East Europe, Eastern Central Europe, the Ascent was just the most popular one, and by far, like in the first season of Polish esports league that was held, if I remember correctly, 1 year ago, I think Ascent was picked like 20 times, and the next most popular map was just placed 9 times or whatever. So we would call it a Polish map because there wasn't a single broadcast day that we wouldn't get a map pick which was Ascent. Right now, I think it's shifting a little bit, maybe more towards Bind, and it looks like we'll be finally going to agent select Pago right on time, like he likes to be. Of course, one of the most popular streamers in the bunch, if you ask me. Of course, Jacob, Pago being and Xtoric being the most notorious ones with the biggest following. So there will be a lot of fans cheering for him. And let's take a look at the compositions, because from Team Jacob, quite familiar, quite traditional one. There's nothing new, nothing unexpected here.
Yeah, I mean, traditional is a great word to use because both of these teams look to be picking up that Killjoy. Neither of them really fancy bringing that chamber into the mix. The more aggressive style that we see, very, very strong. Tour de Force, as we said, can hold down those long sight lines, really pin in some plays. But no, they're going to be going for that more standard setup. It will also be a Sova on both sides. So the Hunter's Fury lockdown counterplay that we'll see coming forth will be really interesting to note who can get those ults online much quicker, who is placing more importance on those A and B main positions. Yeah, very, very standard stuff from both teams. It's looking like almost a mirror composition. The only difference being that Team Jacob have decided to pick up a Sage to round out the team, give it a bit more flexibility, I suppose, with the utility that she brings forward. And Pago, very, very aggressive by bringing in Paba Jusia on the Reyna.
It's actually Babka Yuzha.
Yeah,
I know
I
you've
missed the
asked me
K. I
to-
missed the K. I said Baba instead. I don't think they're anyone's dad, but whatever.
Yeah. Usually it's like actually a Polish name, and Babka means like a grandmother or something. It's a.
Oh, okay. So
I
it's
don't
like
know.
similar to like babushka then, a little bit.
Yeah, babushka, something
yeah,
along the
similar.
way. Yeah. I've actually had pleasure of talking to this guy and interviewing him after some LAN matches, and I've never asked him about the origin of his nickname, which is quite interesting because he's a young guy, so you wouldn't think that someone would name himself Babka Yuzha. I'm not gonna go into great details why my nickname is Maguire, because this is a completely different story, and probably the one that you would not expect. Maybe later, but let's look at our screens. Let's see how this Ascent will unfold. It's Team Pago on the attacking side, which for me is quite interesting because I would rather start in the defensive side on this map, because the trends and if you look at the international tournaments and the statistics, the percentage of how many rounds were won by the defensive side and the attacking side, the Ascent was the most unbalanced one. And by unbalanced, I mean it was like slightly towards 60% in favor of the defensive side. But this is actually huge. We have a tech pause, so we'll need to wait just a little bit for the game to start. But like I've mentioned, if you don't have such a good idea of how to play a certain map, I would rather start in defense because it's easier to get those rounds on the board.
Yeah, I certainly know what you mean. I think when it comes to me as a player, I certainly find attack a lot more exciting because you're able to dictate the pace. You can sort of get aggressive where you want to, reel it in when you have to hold back and wait for a push perhaps. And it's a little bit more, there's a lot more freedom that you get about being an attacker. But on the defender side, while it is a little bit more procedural, you have to slow things down, you wait for the attack to come in. It is a lot easier in those regards because it means that a lot of the work is done for you. It plays very naturally in the way that it sets itself out. And playing as a team, getting good value out of team play, I feel, is a lot more structured and easier to perform on the defender's side. So Jacob do have some inherent advantages starting here. The attack does also bring advantages of its own. We saw that on the first map, actually, that Jacob played, and it fell into the hands of Team Turk because they were able to get those spike plants and bring in force buys where they needed to. Gives you that little bit extra credits to use, and it's a great situation to be in because, like I said before, you have that freedom, that flexibility to do what you want, but we're going to see if they can do exactly that. As we start out, they'll be looking to execute towards B, and XS is going to feel the full force of that paranoia, has to back all the way off. But the shock dart takes down Pago early on. The captain has fallen. What can the rest of their team do to bail them out in this opening round?
Such an early aggression from the side of Team Jacob. A good setup, a good defensive setup. They were ready to stop the attackers with the utility, and you can see right now the advantage. It's just big, of course, being Nex who falls down. A rather interesting fact to me is that Pago is playing Jet. I do not believe that Pago plays Valorant that often, and when you just, reach for a Jet, such a skillful character, you really need a good sense of mastery and good feel of character to make the most use.
Yeah.
To make most of it, right? Out of her.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. It's one of those very niche characters. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Overwatch, but in a lot of ways it reminds me of Genji. You can get so much value out of them, but it's a very specific skill set that you require to make the most out of her kit, and we'll have to see what Pago can do to find that.
Okay, I have a little backstory. Pago was actually, he meant to pick Sage, but he made a mistake and clicked on Jet. This is why he's playing. Why is he playing Jet? So, such a weird and odd story, but it looks like they'll have just to roll with it. And this actually might, swing the matchup in favor of Team Jacob. Maybe.
Oh, Tajovski makes so much out of that Spectre. The Sova on the other side will eventually put them down, but it's a good situation to be in for the defense. The timing may be quite off for NXS, but they swing around and get all three. A huge one there for them to be picking up in their solo defense of the B site. It felt for a moment like they might have been caught in the open, but they did so well to recover in that situation. Pago on the back foot, or Pago, sorry. I keep getting so mixed up. It's almost an Americanized saying of the way that I'm pronouncing their name, but no, Pago on the Jet, like you said. I think it's interesting actually, because if you think about what the compositions would have been if they had gone for the Sage, it means it is really just the difference of one agent between the two in the way that they outline themselves. So a similar game plan, but it seems like Jacob are getting the upper hand of it at this point in time. What a shot.
Ooh. Crazy is actually making this Marshall sing, getting 2 kills already. Also connecting one of those shots on Aim Demon, but finally he falls to Luvka. However, Team Pago, they've been hit with so many bullets that they are on such a low HP. This still might be a bonus round within the reach of Team Jacob.
Yeah, it was like a patch of vegetables almost being picked away one at a time. And speaking of time, that is almost the worst timing that Luvka could possibly have asked for. They turn their head at exactly the wrong moment. Luki capitalizes, picks up a Vandal for their efforts, but Pig is still in play. They have a Vandal of their own and they look to get to work. 1 versus 2, but Tajovski is perfectly placed. That Spectre claims yet another kill, and Jacob find a 3rd successive round.
And I'm starting to think that maybe I might have overrated Team Pago just a little bit, or maybe underrated Team Jacob, because so far so good, 3-0. The bonus round goes the way of Team Jacob, and they didn't struggle that much. The first round was a rather commanding and convincing victory on their side because they're ready. They had a good setup with all of those abilities. And maybe we'll have to take a second, like another look on the Team Jacob, because Breeze might just not have been their favorite map pick, and on Ascent they're looking so much better.
Yeah, well, you would really tip both of these teams to feel comfortable on the map, but maybe Pago not quite feeling it's such a great use of utility to flush out NXS. This leaves the site wide open. The sole player now gone means that that spike should be able to get safely planted. Babka loses their life on the crossing to Speedway. Flash comes through onto the position of Pig. There is somewhat of a crossfire established here, but Lucky just way too overzealous. Tries to go for a ridiculous TP. There's a defender in the site though. Tajovski's there. Jacobs found one. I don't think they expect it. Taken down, a triple for them already. Aim Demon loses their life. Jacob chips in as well. And the two remaining players find a few kills each to shut that one out and bring it to 4-0. Pago really struggling in these opening stages. It must be said though, I did like that use of team play on the player once they spotted them out towards Boathouse.
Luckily for Team Jacob, they weathered the storm because it was a close round. It started off with, I believe it was NXS losing his life out of position. He was caught and, like he told us, flashed out of the position inside of the button. So he really has to give the enemies more credit in terms of how well their utility can be used in order to find them. But in the 5th round, starts off with the first pick from Jet. This is the power of operator that we've mentioned. You really have to take into account the possibility of Craze being everywhere on the map with the op, and he drops the player with the spike. So this is such a ridiculously important information for Team Jacob. He'll move around the map, get into the position, but that's a small trick that I believe 6 is using to retrieve the spike. Of course, ulting on top of it, as the Omen gives you access to the spike. You can pick it up and then go back into the original place of your TP. So this might be the first swing for Team Pago. However, Craze somehow gets behind Luvka and kills him. So for Team Jacob, they have another chance. They can give it a go.
The timing here will be key, and Tajovski comes out on top, taps the spike, and Aim Demon, while they had such a beautiful flank, they've been sought out. The position is known, and that's a very, very big quad picked up there. Nearly the ace. I was thinking for a moment that we might see something similar to what Duo was able to do on that first map, but no, not quite there. The operator getting huge value in the mid-round, and Pago, while they did have a good advantage, it's squandered, and now they have to go back to the drawing board once again. The money will be there. They have the credits to reinvest into this, but they'll be light on armor, somewhat light on utility perhaps. Ultimates in pocket to try and work with, but we'll have to see how much they can get out of them.
Not the greatest start, and I'm really surprised to see Babka Yuzha not getting even 1 kill on the board. Craze with yet another good positioning, but this time he just barely misses. We'll have to respect the attackers. So many ults going into the play, like you've mentioned, but they are just missing. Hunter's Fury will not connect, and it's Craze. Gets the first kill on the board. Also Lucky adding another one on top of that. Oh no.
Oh,
Jacob,
Pig with a huge
shouldn't
double
have
towards
pushed
them.
it.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, but
Spike planted.
they get punished. The fact that Operator is even able to find so much there on Jet, I think, is absolutely ridiculous. We were speaking about the verticality that Updraft provides, and playing through A is a great position to do so. Speaking of verticality, Pig has found themselves on top of this box. The off angle is superb. NXS loses out. First round now on the board for Pago. If they can find a couple in a row here, it kills the momentum, brings them back into the game. Not only that, That's almost their work on the attacker's side cut out. You said before how defender's sided this map can be. I echo your thoughts somewhat, and I think that they may struggle, Team Jacob, if flipping onto the opposite side. They don't have double duelist either, so that's also something to think about in terms of aggression.
Oof, Pago and Babka usually have to be careful to avoid going 0-7 and being called James Bond. That's something that we do. Because right now, 0-6 still yet to find an impact into the game. Trey's trying his best with the blades in his hands, but missing a couple of those. However, gets the gun back. Oh no, I think he just sold his position here, but still getting the collat. Jacob coming to aid him, and it's the second one for him as well. Team Pago just losing 4 players in the blink of an eye. Out of the blue comes Jacob, as well as Blaze. Get those 2 kills on the board. NXS, he also finds the other one, and it's the 6th round on the board for Jacob. So far, so good. I mean, most of those rounds were won convincingly by Team Jacob.
Yeah, they certainly have been. Tajovski doing good work on double digits already, and well, Craze has joined them now. A lovely back-to-back headshot from them. Jacob chimes in 2 to get in on the party. And right now, it seems like wherever Pago go, they get shut down pretty swiftly. I'm not too sure what the approach has to be here. It was a much more incisive take towards A on the previous round, so it leaves you scratching your head, wondering what went wrong in that instance. Maybe it's just that lack of an initial first pick elsewhere, but it goes their way this time. Omen on Omen, Pig finds Lucky, and just like that, the A site is wide open for the taking.
Yeah, and even though Team Jacob has an access to the res, they will be unlikely to use it now. However, for whatever reason, Pago gets aggressive and he just is shut down instantly. I want to see Team Jacob make use of those ultimates, especially the Killjoy ult right now.
That's a crazy off angle. The Killjoy ult will be coming through, not before Jacob loses out their life. Babka finds it so late on the dismiss. That is... Oh, I thought I was going to say wonderful from Babka, but they get caught either way. Now it's full solely on the shoulders of Aim Demon to make it work. They've not cleared the corner. There's no way Babka's managed to survive through this. I don't think even
no way!
He's going to get just the one. Tajovski shuts them down so close. An unfortunate circumstance, but one which Team Jacob capitalizes from. The buy round shut down, or not even the buy round. That was an eco from Team Pago. Very 50-50 these A takes, but it seems like the differentiating factor between their levels of success is Pig finding that opening kill and really making things work on this site. They were able to on this round, the previous that they were able to pick up as well, but in the end it's just so close, and unfortunately they're going to lose that one out just barely.
I can't believe it. That was the craziest lockdown interaction.
Yeah, I thought the dismiss meant that you didn't get detained, but apparently not.
I'm just well. What I meant by that is that Babka usually,
the fact they didn't even get spotted,
yeah, they didn't see him, and he almost managed to pull the craziest clutch with the lockdown off, but that wasn't enough. Big yet another entry kill for him. Jacob quick on the answer, as well as NXS and Yuki. I mean, Craze being in a prime position to make use of that op. Babka Yuzha finally with Lufka. He tried to get some form of answer, but it will be Lufka just with the Sheriff. He retrieved the spike. And it's Jacob versus Lufka. Jacob should be able to use his ultimate. This is the best idea right now. You want to make sure that this round doesn't get away from you.
One enemy remaining. Team
Oh,
yeah. I'm glad
that's
he
so
did use
tough.
the res.
Yeah, it's
I'm really glad that
an insurance policy in that situation, yeah.
Because usually it's hard to make a good use of Sage's utility, of Sage's ult, especially during the defender side of the map. Because if you're attacking, you can just put the numbers on one side, of course, refrag each other, and then pick somebody up. But when the enemies are pushing you and you lose a guy, it's really hard to get into the good position of, you know, bringing him back to life, because usually that is the space reserved for the attackers. They've bought it, they've won it. Craze close with yet another peak, but this time around just barely missing. However, it's Tayoski to put things back on track for Team Jacob, getting the first kill and also connecting one of those shots on Babka Yuzha.
You should run.
I was not expecting such a convincing showing from Team Jacob. Of course, it's not the end, but 6-1. So far, they're performing really, really well. Lockdown just took control over B side. And Team Pago will get there safely. Will get the spike down, but still, it's 2v4. A real hard task ahead of them. It has to be Aim Demon. It has to be Shoshon, who will put the numbers on board. He gets the first one, but still tagged, down to 70 HP.
Yeah, Aim Demon in the backside with their teammate. They've dropped this down. Half as many players now stand in the 1 versus 1. It's Killjoy versus Killjoy. They've both found one each, but it's Lufka who's found the most. A triple for them means that Pago, they double up for rounds now. Twice as many as they had previously, while it is only one in this situation. It's a promising sign. They needed to stop the hemorrhaging because they were really struggling up until this point, and even then, a 1 versus 1 means that things are so close. Even in that situation, the turret may be a little bit unlucky there from NXS not to spot out the peak from Lufka to give them that information, a split second extra to react, but weapons now available. Operator lost means that it will be the Bladestorm from Craze instead. They go searching towards A main early on. So much information. That rotate can come through. And Team Pago, they've not even broken into the site.
Ooh, I'm Demon putting some of the other players to sleep, and maybe this was the round that was much needed for Team Pago. Maybe they'll get their confidence levels back and actually make this map competitive, because so far it wasn't a real one. It wasn't a close one. Next with a good position, but Jacob actually gets better of him.
Once again, back down to that 2 versus 2. Lukey puts in the smoke towards the backside. The information is there as they break the alarm bot, but it's not going to matter. Nothing they can do to shut them down. Those positions in the post plant are really difficult to try and navigate, especially playing from the green box. It's a one and done angle, really. So easy to get traded out in that situation, even if you find that first kill, because of it, how wall bangable it is, how penetrable that position is. Very, very, I'm not sure how to describe it. Superficial, I suppose. It doesn't last very long. There's not much you can do with it. It doesn't offer that much in terms of cover. And well, right now, Pago on their attack, it's not offered too much either because they're struggling. Going into the last round, it's not even going to be a full buy that we see. Just Pig with the Phantom. I would argue they've looked to be the strongest player so far for their team, making a lot of openings on the rounds that they were able to pick up. So it's a question of what can they find on this round to open things up. The Paranoia pushes back the defense just a little bit, but there's information once again and a setup to be dealt with.
Yet another Killjoy's ultimate. So far, they've been collecting many of those old orbs and trying to put a lot of pressure on the defenders by activating lockdown. Next, trying his best to get another impactful kills, but he didn't succeed this time around. He has to concede his life.
Healer down.
Pago finds one towards market, looking for a second. The headshots start to come through. There is an alarm bot for the flank, so they should know about this. Luka's got in behind. The defender Killjoy lockdown comes through, and just like that, it's going to be a 2 versus 1. These players have so many angles to worry about. Babka punishes, gets an upgrade, but it doesn't matter. The half is over. 3 rounds will be the most that Pago can get out of this one in the end. Jacob, though, a strong performance, and it will take a lot to dismantle their position in this game so far.
But Team Jacob a little bit messy on those defensive-sided retakes, especially towards B side. He struggled a little bit breaking the Killjoy turret down.
Yeah, the only replay that we get is one from Pago not controlling the recoil, trying to break the turret. The producers have it out for them.
Yeah, it's in a slow-mo to showcase the amazing firepower of of a certain player. Okay, Team Pago, if they win pistol round, they're in good shape, but if they lose it, the map might be coming quickly to an end. Babka Yuja in tough spots, but Pig and Babka Yuja, they're actually holding the defenders off. But it's crazy, of course. Yet again, Jet on the side of Team Jacob, putting in a lot of work. Got 3 on the board, and still it has to be an excess. It makes it work.
A nicely coordinated play from those last 2 players, swinging in and out, making it so difficult for any work to get done there from NXS in that situation. So the pistol round, it goes towards Pago. This is a great start for them. It means that they can get those Spectres in their hands. A full set across the board with heavy shields means that it's quite a lot to take down. Craze has bought up into a Sheriff, so they'll be looking to find a pick here or there, but still, a tough task when those close angles are held, and with no spike plant either, it means there's not an opportunity for a force buy to come through. Maybe a bit risky. We saw it didn't pay off for Team Jacob, or Team Terp, sorry, on the opposite side when Jacob played them last. A heavy stack towards short here, and it will just be that sole Sheriff towards main, but Pig is taking them all out. A huge triple from them, and the captain finally shows up to get that last kill. NXS loses out. And that's the second round now in a row for Team Pago. A great start to the half from them. This is where the real challenge will rear its ugly head.
And of course, yet again, something that I put a lot of emphasis on. It really is up to Team Jacob to come up with an ideas and strategies to attack on Ascent. It is a really challenging map for attackers. You need an idea, you have to know what you're doing in order to win on this map. Of course, 9-3 is a rather promising result. However, if they've managed to win 11 out of those initial 12 rounds, they would be in the perfect spot. They would probably be already, you know, celebrating the win. But 9-3 is not enough, especially after you just lost the pistol round. So right now, winning it is crucial for them in order to think about winning the whole map.
Aim Demon finds that one on the closer angle. Spectre having a lot more value in that sense. These players are very spread out right now on the attacker side of Jacob. That spike is left alone in tiles. And speaking of Jacob, they've made their way up short. There's a lot of space here as well. Craze in towards Spawn, just about gets it onto Aim Demon, and that'll bring those players over. It is just one holding towards B, but finally they start to group up. Babka's here to try and stop them, but Tajovski puts them down. Just like that, the advantage now finally sits with the attackers, and they're going towards short. They're going towards short, Mag. They've gone to the correct site. The rotate is pulled through due to those kills in mid, and now it's going to be a very difficult retake to surmount to.
Babka Yuja got a little bit hot under the collar. He really wanted to spot Yanis, get the better of him, but it's Nex who started playing like a madman. He's actually managed to kill 3 of them, but Jacob, the team captain, still alive, still rocking.
Wow.
Shameful.
That is amazing from Pig. We saw the rotate come through. Those players were ill-prepared to defend the A site. But Pig was there on the scene. Got in as quickly as they possibly could. Strafe jumped out into Generator. Got the first one. Peeked out for the second. Isolated the fights perfectly. While they may have lost their teammate, didn't need it. A huge quad from them to seal out the round means that that gap starts to close. Team Pago, you said coming into this that they look to be the better side, and well, finally, they're starting to gain that confidence, picking up rounds that we would expect them to, and closing that gap between the two teams.
It's just Pago and Lucky on the receiving end of those scoreboards. Each of them only managing to get 3 of those kills. Bonus round, a really important one for Team Pago, but Jacob, they are looking to swing it back with the use of the utility, with the use of the ultimates. Craze managing to get 2 of those kills, but it is not enough. Livka playing as an anchor, getting 3 kills on the board for him, and Team Pago, they are much closer to tying this map, out.
Jacob's initial dominance started with those first 5 rounds in a row, and at this point in time, Team Pago, they're only 1 away from matching that feat, and when they're able to do that, they'll then only be 1 away from then tying up the scoreline. The scoreline levels, and we have a game on our hands. I said before how strong the defender's side is, and we are seeing that in full force here, because it's not even the case of having an economy built up, trying to play through an operator like we saw from Team Jacob. They're just winning it outright. Craze will try and put an end to things though. Pig, that star player for Team Pago, gets shut down. A big tag onto them reveals the position, so the captain can maybe look to try and find them, but no. Lufka drops elsewhere, and just like that, this map is really widening out for Team Jacob.
We are following Pago, who for whatever reason sat in the ADS for the longest time, and he'll just be killed by Jacob, who's not using those the alternate, you know, rate of fire, whatever the alternate how would you call it? The alternate when you are pressing right click.
Alternate fire, yeah.
Alternate fire, yeah. This is not perfect. Maybe Pago still needs to, you know, just get back to his to shape, get back in shape. Maybe to remember some basics of the Valorant, because so far he's not been doing great. For 3 kills just for him, and even though Pago managed to win 4 rounds in a row, they are struggling with the economy right now. They've managed to, you know, get some of those guns on the board, but it really is up to Babka Yuji and his hero Vandal to change things up, and he will not be able to do it. Lufka also falling quite quickly due to Tajowski getting better of him in this short meeting. Jacob also adding another one for himself, and Pago finally Marshall in his hands, getting 1 on the board, but that's it. He has to back off because he's being under scrutiny of his enemies.
Yeah, it's just Pig now playing from the corner. The only player left, Tajovski, will shut them down. 11 rounds on the board. Team Jacob, they put together those first 5 rounds at the start. Pago got close to finding a similar amount of consecutive rounds, but they were shut down on the previous. Jacob have now doubled up, and they're looking to seal things in a swift fashion. Very nicely played from them. I think maybe it's just a sense of, like you mentioned, Pago trying to climatize to this game, being more favored in that CS gameplay. The Marshall works out for them fairly well. They get a couple of tags and a nice headshot, but ultimately it isn't enough. Coming into this one, they've got to try and find something. That defense is just going to be the sole Reina player here towards a main to shut things down. There is a one-way smoke for them, but it can't stop Craze. They are on the scene to make these kills work. Pig has TP'd over.
No,
the outro is already in position. Tagged out and facing 3 different players. It's another for Craze, and just like that, the spike will be going down, and there's a significant advantage here for these attackers.
Pig using the Shrouded Step, that was a disastrous decision. He actually conceded his life to the enemies because of the Shrouded Step, you know, having a sound cue. Lufka trying to pull things back together, but he's only good for 3, and it's Team Jacob with the match point, 12-7. Who would have suspected the outcome of those things? And Team Jacob, they can make it. They have an opportunity to finish this map for at least 5 rounds in a row. And Team Pago, they couldn't do it on the full buy. Can they do it on the? How would you call it? A force buy, I guess, because that's the best they can do.
A pots and pans buy, a scrappy buy. Throw the kitchen sink at it, whatever it is that you can possibly really try and bring forward. Pago on that favoured Marshall again, misses the first couple of shots and thinks, you know what, I'm not going to be invited to the next one. I'm not going to peek that. Aim Demon will find one, but it is traded out. Babka in a nice spot to find something, anything, but they're unable to. Pago does pick up the weapon from their fallen comrade, but the res is already in play. That impact that they found will be lost. Well, Tajovski's already moved up through the smoke. All 5 players left standing, and, well, it wouldn't be a celebration parade without all of them there to pick up their medals. Pig, unfortunately, will lose their life, so it seems as if they may actually
Defender spawn.
be fighting back here. It's a 1 versus 3 though. Spike is dropped in spawn, but I think this one may be just going the way of Jacob, and yeah, blinded out, 3 players. The trio seal it, and just like that, Team Jacob will be winning that map.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a rather of a surprise to me. I have underrated Team Jacob, and they've showed us that they are, well, different, a little bit different than Team Pago. And of course, Pago himself struggling just a little bit. Pig was trying to pull his team back together, to pull their weight, but he couldn't do it all alone. I felt like the rest of the teammates, they woke up a little bit too late. And I don't know, the scoreline was just such a big challenge and such a big obstacle to overcome that in the end, especially during the defensive side of Team Pago, they've made one mistake too many and couldn't do it. So far for Team Pago, I was waiting and I was predicting for Team Pago against Team Terp to be the highlight of today's evening, but I feel like this was the closest game that. This is the closest game that we actually were meant to see today.
Yeah, and now it brings into question something completely different. Out of these 2 teams, who is the one that's going to be able to secure that spot, I suppose, that second spot? Right now, it's looking a lot more likely to be Team Jacob. The round differential in the end will help out Team Pago in closing that gap just a little bit, but you wonder when it comes to that game against Team Futka, you know, are they going to struggle that much? What do we really expect to see from them? I'm not too sure. I think there was a situation before, I believe it was the Hungarian qualifiers, where we expected to see the team tipped to be in second place to cruise their way through eventually and get through on round differential, but actually they were completely shut down and that bottom team were able to get a win on the board. So there is always the chance that when we see these matchups, it behaves differently than what we expect. It's perhaps the case of underrating Team Jacob, but on the other hand, perhaps overrating Team Pago, because I think we knew what Team Jacob were capable of. We saw a lot of promise from them in that game initially against Team Terp. So I'm really looking forward now to the rest of the matches we've got, because it's blown this one wide open.
Completely true. And of course, the rest of the matches are going to be played after a short break. We'll be back shortly with you, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Streamers League. We are in the Group A of the Polish qualifiers today. We've already covered a few games and now we start to get down to the nitty gritty. These last couple of games will carry so much weight in terms of points for who wants to secure that second spot. I think it's fair to say that Team Terp, they're in a great position to qualify and they've pretty much already secured it with the amount of points that they have, winning both of those previous games in a very dominant fashion. Once again, we have to give a big shout out to our sponsors HyperX and the city of Wrocław for making this possible. Exclamation mark HyperX in the chat is the command so you guys can get your hands on some of their awesome gear like this headset that I have here. I see Mag is wearing his as well. And exclamation mark Surfshark to check out some of the deals that they have available. So, coming into this game now, Terp versus Pago. I think you said before that you thought this was going to be the game where this is the decider really between who's the top dog, but after what we saw from Pago on Ascent, that's no longer the case.
Yeah, after the last game, I was left with utter disbelief of how Team Pago didn't manage to get out on top. I actually was quite impressed with how well Team Jacob showed themselves on the server, especially Craze, who was playing Jed, a real highlighted player, and he pretty much single-handedly won a couple of those rounds. In terms of the upcoming game, this is really a do or die for Team Pago. If they don't manage to win this one, they are out of the tournament. At least if you take into consideration the competition, of course, the HyperX wildcard will be still the last, last resort of how to get into the land in Wrocław. But after seeing how Team Pago played on Ascent, I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit afraid of their future and in the upcoming game. I just think that Team Terp today showed us how strong they can be on the server. And also, I just felt like those guys were convinced that it will be between them and Team Pago, the fight for the first place. So right now they might be just a little bit shocked as well that Team Pago is fighting for their lives right now.
Not only that, it's important to mention we have that map pick coming through. We'll be going to the first map that we saw today, the map that Terp played excellently well on, which is Breeze, of course. Maybe not a choice I was expecting to see, but, well, after what we saw from Pago on Ascent, this one probably can't be too much worse, I don't think. It was fair to say they were a much more defender-sided unit. They found more rounds on their defender's side, only being 4 to the 3 they found on attack, of course. Still not very much in a way of numbers. However, it's something to think about when we come into this one and how they decide to approach this game, because Terp, I don't really want to say it's a free hit almost, in a way that they have an opportunity to see what they can do, cause as much damage as they possibly can, because they know that this is going to be the most difficult test that they end up facing in terms of the competition. But yeah, it has to be about conserving a little bit of mental as well, hoping that Team Futka will maybe cause them an upset in the other game against Team Jacob and allow them an opportunity to make it into that second place position. So round differential will also be key, and making sure that they're not losing by a huge deficit in this one if they do end up going on that back foot.
That upset would be, the biggest surprise, really. Team of Podcast so far not doing so great. I mean, you've seen what happened on the binds and 13-0. So really, you shouldn't count for Team Wpadka on making an upset, right? On pulling out something quite unlikely. You should actually try and get the best out of this upcoming game. Breeze being one of those maps where, like you've mentioned before, firepower really matters. So we are going to see a bunch of those strong and highly individual players on the side of Team Terp yet again. I'm looking forward to seeing Profig bringing out his guns and his chamber on the server yet again. I'm not expecting any changes in terms of the team composition. I think that what they've presented on the previous Breeze is just a standard and well-formed team composition. Let's look at the roster on Team Pago, because this is something that I'm more curious about. What agent is going to Pago to be picking? Is this the stage that he was meant to be playing during last game, or maybe something else? I don't think that Jet should be an agent. It's not perfect agent for him, at least.
Yeah, well, it certainly didn't look it in terms of how their performance was on Ascent. It will be Pig, I think, that will select that one instead. Doesn't look like Pago had too much thought about this in the downtime. Obviously, this is their stint of 2 games. We saw Team Terp play those first initial 2 matches, so this will be their final one of the day. The first team to complete their sweep of matches, and it could be a clean sweep after all if they're able to find this one. A very mixed comp coming out from Team Pago. Pago is going to be playing on the Sage like you expected to see from them on Ascent. I think this can be good for gaining some map control on defense towards Tube, maybe putting it up an A or B main to deny that instant push. Slow Orb's also very good at doing exactly that. Sky as well, an agent I think is very good on Breeze, to be honest. The open expansive areas are great for funneling those flashes into where Breach struggles to get that same kind of value due to a lack of surfaces. Sky has a lot more maneuverability. The Trailblazer as well also allows her to clear some of those closer angles towards Tube, towards Elbow, for example. So really, really good agents for them to be picking up. A clash of styles. It'll be interesting to see how they employ them.
But if you take into consideration that they are missing out on Sova, that is a big issue in my opinion. You really need this agent. Such an open map where recon boards as well as drone can make a huge impact. You really need that info, because there's just so many angles you need to check before you get on site. So really, Sova helps you get that information. And of course, the one thing that we didn't mention that snuck through the champion side, the agent side, is Yoru on the side of Sphero. Let's see how he can make it work. But it's Step who get the collab and starts off with 2 kills. Profit as well. However, Pig trying to, put his best CNET impression there, getting 2 kills in. But this is not enough, and it's just Lufka left. Of course, Headhunter in hands can make it work. He has 2 bullets and 3 players against him.
Yeah, I was just about to say, That is certainly one that slipped the net, but it's not Yoru who's been star of the show on this round. Profek, as we expected, does big work bearing on down from above. That spike now firmly in the possession of these three remaining players. Lufka has to try and find anything. They have so much time to establish crossfires. We'll try and bait something out with the classic here. Oh, actually, they've just completely run out of headhunter bullets. It's all they've got to work with. Czech&Slovakia will shut them down, and just like that, it's the first pistol round for Terp. One which was drawn out a little bit. I think we were expecting it to come to a close a little bit sooner. It was those final stages really where things ground to a halt, but it does eventually come through, and now Pago have to try and find something on this one. Marshall will be in the hands of Pig to see what they can't find on it, but still not an ideal situation for them to be starting this one off.
Yeah. But when you think about it, Pig, of course, a player who usually goes by the name of Nex, last time he did not have a good agent in order to like hard carry, right? Because Omen, you usually don't see Omen top fragging, or at least you don't think about Omen's utility as the one that is going to facilitate your abilities, right? But it's Team Pago who are answering and putting some kills on the board with those worst guns. It wasn't actually the Marshal that did the job, it was those ghosts from the side of Shosh on the Aim Demon. And it looks like a quick equalizer. It will be 1-1 unless Terp pulls off the impossible.
It's a 3 versus 1, and it's certainly steaming like it will be an impossible feat. That flank is also coming through. Aim Demon will be getting their third of the round, and that's really nicely played for them. Such a light investment from those players means that you're probably giving up having heavy shields in the next few following rounds if you are you know, playing into that sort of semi-force buy, a half buy, I suppose, but it pays off. That is what the value you can get out of it, not just taking away a few kills, a few guns, sorry, into your opponent's bonus round, but the potential of picking one up yourself, and we see it straight away. This was the story when we saw Jacob versus Terp. It was Team Jacob that won the pistol round, but then Team Terp forced straight back into that second round and picked it up. So this could be another situation where the pendulum swings back and forth yet again, and Profek is doing exactly that. They found a couple already, and we're down to a 3 versus 3.
Oh no! Oh no, what is Nex doing? Is he actually chasing Terp with such confidence, getting the kill for himself? Luvka also sending Czech&Slovakia to swim with the fishes. Maybe Jeva. I don't know if you had noticed, but there's a spike in front of him, and just 3 players left who will go and retrieve the gun. With Spectre in hands, he stands a better chance of actually winning this round. Luvka might get the timing right, and he really does. Giving another chance for Jeva to answer back, but he misses his bullets. It's 2-1 for Team Pago.
Yeah, the shots don't quite connect in that first instance, but it didn't really matter whatsoever because it meant that they had the information on the player. Vandal versus Sheriff at that kind of range, if you miss the first shot, you're screwed pretty much. And Babka on this round was able to do a bit of work towards mid. Profek did most of it. Pig maybe looking for a knife or something here. I have absolutely no idea what Nex was doing, but in the end, the round comes to a close. Yeah, I think so. Just going for a quick peek because they knew that the shorty was in play, and it can cause a lot of problems, but you know who else can? Profek. When well equipped with a Vandal, they're in a great position to cause a lot of issues, and just like that, Lufka drops as well, and Terp have an advantage significantly, one which they've been looking for quite a while in this game.
He's proven it so many times that when Profek gets an access to a gun, he's just an unstoppable machine. You really have to, you know, go to greater lengths to actually think about the solution, the Profek solution. How are we supposed to attack a site where Profek is standing, and how do you even know where Profek is standing with the team composition that is lacking Sova. This is my main concern. You're playing against Chamber. What does Chamber hate the most? Probably those Sovas, those agents that can spot him and unveil his position, right? If he's the one to get a jump on you, if he's the one to hold an angle that you are not expecting, he can get a kill, and it's so hard to refrag you because he just TPs back. And this is exactly what Krafik does during this round. He just uses the abilities and Chamber's kit to the fullest.
It's a really nice utilization of it. Joa also gets aggressive towards Tube. Lots of map control taken. And oh, look at this. That fake Yoru will go through. Lufka is lurking here. And while Profek is up on the boost, I'm not sure they expect a player to be so close. The Seekers come through. So does the Viper's Pit. This is a heavy investment from Pago onto this round. And it's for one that doesn't look like they're in a great position to be picking up. That Viper's Pit really is the win condition, but these three players are grouped up so close. There's recons as well onto the main player, Babka, in this situation, so they have to be careful. In comes the flash, but Sveron gets shut down, so does Joa, and the advantage starts to slip away from them. Jasek comes inside the smoke, looks to try and find Babka. They can't quite get it, runs into Nex, and just like that, it shifts the opposite way. Profek is the one player that you'd want in this situation, but I still think they may be hard-pressed to get anything. They're going to back up and live to, well, live another day perhaps, but no, a triple for a triple, and it is 3 rounds now on the board for Pago.
Oh my god. I thought that the round was over because, of course, you have a strong afterplant with the Viper's Pit, but really this Viper's Pit was placed in a bad position because it didn't, you know, surround the whole A side. It was a rather small one, right? So I thought that Team Terp will be prepared better to solve the problem of Viper's Pit being invested there, but most of them, they all went one by one. They didn't refrag each other and just stumbled into the Viper's Pit the way it shouldn't be done. Sveron, however, getting a huge kill because it is Nex who dies first.
Sveron should not be able to get away with that one, but they do regardless. Has another teleport already, flashes in for that next engagement but can't quite find anything. Babka will shut them down, and the man count is once again leveled. Profek's gone wandering with the tour de force to shut down players from the flank. We saw them do it in that first map versus Jacob, but they will not have the same kind of success on this occasion. Pago, their team looks to be redirecting efforts towards the B site, but that Viper's Pit will lay in wait. We saw it invested in the previous round to great use. What can Terp find from it on this occasion? They also have a very cheeky one-way towards Tunnel, and like you said, with that lack of a Sova, not having an owl drone to put into this one means that the Trailblazer, it's just nowhere near as strong to try and navigate this, and they're going to struggle to make their way in towards B when they have so much coverage. It's actually just going to drop it. Jasek is on the scene. What can they find? It's going to be a couple of kills, but they'll have to find all 4 if they want to clutch it out.
Yeah, 20 seconds left, but he changes up his position. That might come out as a shock to his enemy. Same Demon, however, he's managed to get Czech&Slovakia. 4th round on the board for Pago, and so far, this map did not go as expected yet again, right? It's not disappointing though. I am really enjoying watching and casting this map, since I was expecting Team Terp to just steamroll over the opposition after what I've just seen on Ascent. And Team Pago didn't say the last word. They are yet to be defeated here, and they really want to go to the LAN tournament in Wrocław. Oh, what is that? That's some dark technology coming out from Jacek and Sveron. Yeah, and you can see, oh, he's using his clone as well to get Babka Yuzha at the very same time. Jeva is the one player that pushes towards the tube. He should be able to spot Nex. He just did, but he will get Lufa first.
Ooh, that's a very nice shot from Nex. They find a second as well. Surely not in this situation. you think they have any kind of chance of winning things out, and up against Profec, it's very, very difficult to win that one out. I love the combination of ultimate abilities there. You commented on it so nicely. That Yoru gate crash ability allows you to just look around, see who's playing towards the shot position, and just like that, the Hunter's Fury follows it up. A little bit of body blocking as well. Also casts a fake to get a flash onto Babka with that Yoru rework, of course, and just like that, it's a huge round to pick up for Terp. They were on the back foot somewhat, but they've clawed their way into this one, and this is a great showing from both teams. I think Pago just took a little bit longer to feel comfortable in this one, but now they have seemed a bit better, but Spheron will only add to it. Yoru having great value, and just like what we said about Profec, they get so much value out of their utility, using that kit to the extent of its knowledge.
Sphæron coming out with a good flash and just TPing back. He wanted to check if there is anyone pushing towards A side. What my theory is about this game and this map in particular is that Tieva, first of all, he's completely nuts. Such a sick player on the Jet. But going back to my theory, I just feel like at the very start and at the very first, Team Terp maybe got a little bit ahead of themselves. You know, played a little bit messy, wanted to get those kills, wanted to get those highlights. Of course, you can follow Team Terp from his POV on his own stream, where probably a lot of is happening, because I know those players and team communication must be crowded right now. But they quickly get back to an equalizer. It's 4-4.
Duo with the Blade Storm there. Such great value. Forces Pago now onto much more of a reserved buy. Next will have the Blade Storm in hand of their own. What can they bring into the fray with this one? That guiding light is huge to force these players off the angle, but Showa stays up on the boost. They've got one onto their mirror pick, and just like that, oh, it's a huge snake bite to reduce those players to nothing. Lovka now from main will try and swing back, and they do in fact find a couple of kills here. But once again, it's that lone player having to do so much to bring things back. The timing onto that recon dart is absolutely horrendous. A real misplay from Lovka in where they wanted to try and set up. They have the off angle though. It's a three-piece. They have to find this last one. Jacek Shanovic is hiding behind the wall, just waiting. That spike is yet to be committed. But they get a whiff, and that is all they need. That tiniest of oversteps is exactly enough to be punished. And the advantage finally restored here for Team Terp. Or should I say, well, yeah, they haven't had an advantage since round one, because they were at a deficit. They clawed it back to an even score, once again falling onto that back foot. But finally now, they spread their wings and start to fly away with those 3 rounds in a row.
They're back on track, just like you said. And it's really important that they've managed to get the last round, because it was getting a little bit too close, a bit dangerous. You can see why Chamber is such a strong pick on this map. So many open spaces, and the opportunities to just make use of the tour de force, his ultimate, are humongous. Right now, Team Pago getting access to A side and putting Viper Speed up again, yet again. This seems to be a plan of how to approach the attack side whenever they have abilities, the ultimate abilities available.
Sure, we'll find that one, but once again, it's Babka inside the Viper's pit. What trouble, what mischief can they cause? A snakebite will go down onto the spike to slow the possible defusal. And when will they start to spot these players? They do, just in the nick of time. Terp finds it, and they'll have plenty on the clock to get this one over the line. Expertly played from them. The advantage is maintained, preserved, and they will also have broken that by, kept an operator in their clutches, a fantastic opportunity for them to really stretch that lead that little bit further and feel a bit more comfortable in this matchup. We said about Pago coming into this one, feeling a bit more confident, comfortable, but that early honeymoon period seems to be wearing off because Terp, they're back on top. The realization has set in, and now they've got to pull something serious out the bag to dismantle a team which is looking very, very strong here on Breeze.
They really do, and Sferon is looking forward to using his ultimate yet again. Can he do it? Okay, flashing. Also cancelling his ult. Just putting the decoy out. Oh, he just missed his chance. And I'm Demon is got better of him.
Perfect does find one towards A. Pigs used both updrafts already, trying to get out of harm's way, but the damage is being brought onto the side of Terp. However, Jua has the response once again on the Bladestorm, causing so many problems. They've used both updrafts, maybe in a more aggressive nature as they're frantically searching to find more of these kills. I think they're just going to regroup towards spawn here with their teammate, or at least they would be well advised to do so. The first shot doesn't quite connect onto Lufka, but the position has been revealed. Jua so good on those blades. Now back down to a 2 versus 2. If they can isolate the spike and its crossing, this would be huge, but they're unable to do so. Babka will get it down and we go into the post plant.
Perfect slow approach from CT. I think he has his ultimate pulled out, so he really needs to land the next couple of shots. Can they find the is fighting on side? Jeva missing the rest of the blades, and it's the AWP in the hands of Profek. But Jeva and Profek, they make it happen. Sheriff in the hands of Jeva, getting 3 kills overall during this round. This guy is just so amazing, and I just feel like each round I see him playing with his ultimate round because he just gets so many kills that it's almost ready all the time, right? 13-7, 13-7 and 1. Those two players are the ones that are leading the Team Terp to the victory, to 3-0 in the group stage.
Yeah, they've certainly had an incredibly notable impact. That knife in the back was huge, and well, just as you thought, all of those blades had been unsheathed and it was a situation where there wasn't a gun left for them to use. Joa just shows how versatile they are. Big plays from them on the Sheriff. This Trailblazer should come through to shut down Profek, and it'll do exactly that. Joa's got to be checked in the corner here, though. They found one. It's 2 already. Tries to dash away and just like will chip in a little bit of their own. Evenly matched now. It's a similar situation we saw before. We have to worry about that flank, though, because Sferon is so close and personal already behind these remaining players.
They're playing together, but they are not expecting Sferon to get the flank off, and he has 2 flashes left, so he will make the best use of his utility. Terp also coming from the yellow container. He's playing it slow. He's just spotted the player, but Aim Demon with a 1-tap. 1 bullet is all it takes for him to get the enemy. He's also using his ultimate to spot where the Sferon is, but he didn't manage to find this one. It's the 8th round on the board for Team Terp, and after the first half, even though they struggled a little bit at the start, they come out on top with a 4 rounds of advantage.
Yeah, twice as many rounds here for Team Terp, and they have carved out a significant advantage with that 6-round stint towards the end. A big clutch coming through from Sferon. They used up both of their flashes quite early, which I think was perhaps somewhat of a misplay, because it meant that, you know, if you're that player on the site, you know that there's no more opportunities for them to try and make a surprise play into your back. You can then be so much more aware of it. They readjust, get a really nice shot onto Terp, the captain, towards that container, but it isn't quite enough. Looking to the pistol now, Pago, this is a key moment for them. If they're unable to pick it up, there are serious doubts about whether they can progress in this competition. I believe it would be almost mathematically impossible for them to do so. Next does spot out that fake Yoru and the real Yoru themselves as they teleport away, but the defenders are having a whale of a time on the other side of things. We might be near the beach, but the only ocean animal here is the one towards the backside. Profek is a beast in their own right, though. They found Pago on the classic. They get the burst as well. Yet again, a 2 versus 2 post plant. And I think this time they have information about where these players are coming from because Profec's already moved towards spawn, Terp as well. This is a great adjustment from them and huge calls coming in from these players.
Oh, but he just barely missed Aim Demon. And Shoshan right now, he has a chance, he has opportunity to get a good flank, a good jump. But the timing is just out of his reach.
My
and
goodness.
Terp will be playing close, so he really thinks that the one of the players might be on the
Do
flank.
they clear it?
Planted.
No,
I don't think they clear it.
They just
They've gone
missed.
past each other. They have absolutely no idea. Terp does, though. And now they can use this to their advantage. They're sneaking up behind. That first flash will come through, and luckily for them, they're not within range for it to actually detect them. The spike is planted for them, so there are questions to be raised.
Okay. No
Aim
way.
Demon is looking out. They will be getting this one at the very least. They find it. Snakebite now on the spike. Pig is in position. Terp's jumping up. Do they know? So much information to be gained on both sides. It gets so close.
4
but yet
HP.
swings it out. Ever so close, but that pivotal round swings into the favor of Pag-O. Wow.
What a crazy round. It was so close for Terp to actually pull it off. It would be this, full control moment, full control Pasha Biceps moment, where he lets the enemy through just to follow him, just to give him the false sense of security. And it was, he was just one bullet short of making it happen. But Team Terp, they feel the pressure, and they also are on the attack side. Oh, I thought they would be the ones to actually bring the guns in this time around, right? I thought they would be the ones to force, since they've got 4 kills and planted the spike.
Oh!
One
Oh!
enemy remaining.
Oh! Lufka with a huge quad. They're all body shots, but... Oh, Pig. Oh, come on. It's a flawless round in the end, but stealing the ace there, yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, well. That was a very quick round, Mag, I think it's fair to say, but
Yeah.
the gap continues to close. Pag-O, in this situation, looking pretty good. I did also discount the fact that the first kill there from Lufka was a very nice headshot onto Profec, but yeah, blink of an eye, and you will miss it. Now is the real test. What can they do up against that full set of rifles?
As you see it again, I wanted to, to take some extra time and watch it once more. Of course, Lufka, a tougher challenge ahead of him this time around. He still has access to Marshall and he's still playing on A side. But the wall from Viper is making it so much harder to see through. Profek and Jeva getting those kills on the board. It's just Pag-O who finally gets his revenge on Sferren. So far, he's, I think, managed to get like 4 or 5 kills in total, which is not enough. Because Terp, on the other side, he is, putting a lot of effort in, and you can see that the whole team is playing towards the win. They're working as one cohesive unit. Of course, sometimes it's Jeva who pulls off something completely crazy. This time around it was Profek with 4K. But overall, if you look at Team Terp, you can see that the power level is balanced out quite well. Maybe not that well, it's just 5 kills for Terp, but some of them were of big impact. If you remember the very first pistol round, I believe this was the time where Terp got his first 2 kills and managed to win the round for his team this way.
Yeah, I mean, Pag-O may not have the most impact in terms of kills, but as a streamer, big personality, they have a voice which carries a lot of weight, and I'm sure that their teammates will want to listen to it. Well, whatever they're saying, it might not be helping, because Sferon's already found an opener. Lufka will get another. We've seen so much from these chambers. A 4K round after round. Sferon perfectly placed to deal with that one. Teleports into safety. Next we'll hear the sound cue, but they are in a great position to capitalize. Has the tailwind, swaps over to the other side and gets that one as well. 2 headshots for them, and yet again, Mag, it's the 2 versus 2 post plant. Terp finds that one, so the advantage does shift towards the winning side at this point in time. Terp up 3 to the good, looking to secure double figures on this round. A great reposition towards main means they're both lined up to cover both eventualities, and just like that, Chewa will put an end to things. Nicely played from them. The problem is, Pago, that was their buy round as well. So now they have to go back to the drawing board. They don't have the finances. Credits don't sit nicely with them. While there is a Bladestorm to potentially invest, you're clutching at straws to get anything out of it. And before you know it, that's going to be you conceding match point.
That works.
They really have to. They really have to, you know, put a lot of hope into Nex bringing those knives out and actually making it happen. Because if he is not the one to change the course of this round, it will be really hard for the others to do it. Oh, he had his chance, but it's the yet again who puts an end to him. You've mentioned before Sage slowing the advances down, and she can do that, but Jet, she just doesn't care. Jumping over and getting kill on Pago, who is unsuspecting that anything of such nature could happen. Czech&Slovakia and Sveron, they just want to, you know, make an example of the last alive player. It's 11-6. And they are approaching the win in a swift manner.
It seems as if that last round, actually, they did end up investing. They will be, I believe, on the max loss bonus now. Whether they were previously or not is yet to be seen. But yeah, when you keep forcing into these rounds where you have a mixed chance at winning, playing through certain avenues such as the Operator, which sits in the hands of Pig on the site, you have to get a little bit of luck with players coming into your arms, and there is a possibility for that right now. Steron will be making their way in, but the problem is, the spike is dropped. They look to flash in to fight them, and they will make their way out just about, but not out of harm's way. That TP is not into the best of spot. 2 versus 2, Mag.
Yeah, and on Team Pago side, Babka usually just with Sheriff. You can make a mistake and the fair assumption of there's still 3 players left on Team Terp side, right? It was just the clone from Yoru, but this time around it's Farron who is on the roll, and I feel like Team Pago, they've woken up a little too late.
Yeah.
For
the thing is,
for this map.
Because Viper went down just before she could pop her ult as well, it meant that it's not taken off the board. They still have it to use into this round. Because they kept forcing, it means that they gave themselves mixed opportunities at picking up these last couple, and that gap continues to grow further and further when realistically it shouldn't. You have a chance at a pop-up buy round in the mix there. Aim Demon flashes into this one to try and find anything. Profek and Sveron, they do it all by themselves. Babka has an ult of their own, but it does not matter. Tour de Force comes online, it's insult to injury. At this point, Lucas hard pressed to find anything. We'll get the first and the second just over the shoulder of Czech&Slovakia, but they will close things out. 13-6 in the end. Yet another dominant performance from Team Terp, and not only that, they will be securing maximum points in this one. A 13-0 sandwich between a 13-5 and a 13-6 means that they've already secured their position in those qualifying bracket playoff matches on Sunday.
I'm really happy for Terp. He is a good friend of mine. We've casted a lot of games and I've done a lot of tournaments and all sorts of activities. We even hosted a podcast together about Valorant Talk. He's continuously doing it now with some other people. So really big congrats to the Team Terp, because as you can see, this is a team effort, and all of those guys, despite, you know, being so talented and so solid, they're still having fun on the server. They can, you know, goof around with each other. They can maybe push. They can maybe show us some creative ways how to approach playing Valorant. And during this map, for a moment, I thought, okay, this is getting more serious, right? This is going to be a competitive close map. But they closed the deal. They sealed the deal, and they're the ones to secure the maximum points, which is of course 9. They will be the first team from Group A, and so far so good. They are feeling comfortable. They are feeling good. LAN in Wrocław could be, you know, just within their arm's reach.
Yeah, it certainly beckons them at this point in time. we will have to see what Group B has to provide next time around. Obviously, that will be covered tomorrow. I won't be on the broadcast for that one, but it will be here nevertheless on the Streamers League channel, so make sure that you are there for that one. Looking through some of these highlights, I mean, we saw some crazy plays in the end. Like you said, this Terp team, they're so enjoyable to watch. They have that variation, those different set plays in the locker. I love the use of Gatecrash and Hunter's Fury towards shot, that A play that we saw. Very, very creative. We can get a little look at the group stage here, actually, as I believe we only have 2 more games left to play. It will be Fatka on 0 points at this point in time, who is going to look to see what they can't do in these next couple. I mean, playing up against Terp is always going to be difficult, so I'd say they have a fairly decent chance against Jacob and Pago. Both, or
we'll
Pago
see about
as well, yeah, also has 0 points. So when those two teams eventually come up against each other, one of them's going to have to draw blood, and we will have to see which one that is, because I'm not too sure. We see this game as well. It's so ridiculous, right? The first few rounds, it goes 4-4 at a level score, and then they find twice as many. They only get 2 more rounds for the rest of the game. Things are left kind of open in these last few. I think that second spot is fairly firmly secured in the hands of Team Jacob, though.
Yeah, it looks like. Of course, Team Jacob, they still have to, get better of course, Team Wpadka. But from what we have seen already, I just feel like they're strong favorites to take this map. Yeah. And of course, the map between Team Wpadka and Team Jacob will be played after a short intermission. We'll be back with you shortly.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die. But your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Streamers League. I am HazardJC, once again joined alongside Mag here. For the Polish qualifiers, Group A is heating up. Things are going to go down to the wire between some of these last few teams. Maybe not the ones we were expecting to see in this position vying for that second spot, as Team Terp have already confirmed theirs. It's looking to be pretty interesting these last few games, and well, this tournament it's living up to its nation. It's been fantastic, and that is all thanks to HyperX for sponsoring this, and the city of Wrocław, of course, as well. Terp looking to move on towards that LAN finals. Exclamation mark HyperX in the chat, of course, as well, guys, and exclamation mark Surfshark to get some offers on those amazing brands. We have the map picks now coming through, Mag. What's it going to be? Drum roll, please. Fracture.
Ooh, it will be
Haven't seen
Fracture,
that one
something.
yet. Yeah, how are you feeling about that one? Not a map that we've seen yet today. How do the teams try and approach this one?
I'm excited for Fracture because if you think about it in terms of do you need a lot of strategy? Do you need a lot of, standards be prepared beforehand to play this map? The answer is kind of yes, kind of no, because this is such an open map. This is so huge. Rotations can be done through, you can take a zip line, you can go around, you can maybe try and get into the city spawn, etc. Yada yada yada. So I'm looking forward to seeing Fracture because also something that we've mentioned before, maybe this will be the time for a Neon pick, the much anticipated Neon pick from us. We've already had Euro today, probably not gonna see Phoenix, but Neon, this could be a possibility. I also wanted to touch on something else because I've just tuned into Terp's stream because he was streaming the whole 3 games on his channel. Talked to him a little bit, chatted with him a little bit. He still doesn't believe that. Like, it's unbelievable for him to go to a LAN tournament with those guys because, like I told you before, like I've disclosed, during the last LAN tournament, he was the organizer, he was the caster. Those guys just came in to the LAN tournament to be spectators, to cheer, and to have fun. And they, rented an apartment, partied a bit, and had a good time overall, in general.
Yeah.
And right now, they are so far the best contenders to actually go to LAN and play for the prizes of 20,000 euros, which is kind of crazy for them. And of course, the rest of the team, they were like, no problem, Terp, calm down, we are going to do it, we'll pull it off, of course, on Saturday, because there's still 2 days until the playoffs. But now we have to finish off the Group A matches. There's still 2 to come, Jacob against Patka being the first one.
Yeah, I mean, we still have to see what Group B has to offer, but Team Terp looking very strong. We now shift our focus to Team Jacob versus Team Fatka. So, looking at the agents that we've got drafted here, there's a bit of a mix, to be honest, in terms of the Sentinels that teams want to try and play with, the controllers they want to try and use, the initiators as well. All across the board, there's a bit of a mix. I think it's quite interesting to note the points that you were making about Neon, about Yoru Phoenix, for example. The agents which are cast so much to the wayside aren't the ones which fill those more traditional roles. It's always the duelists, just because of how strong agents like Jet are in this meta, really. And we see it there. It's going to be picked out at least onto the side of Team Fatka. Jacob not opting for that one. Breach ever present on Fracture because of those long sightlines and areas to get aggressive. How are you feeling with what we're seeing from both of these two teams? How does this set in your mind as to the way this matchup's going to end up going?
Well, first of all, I'm disappointed. There is no Neon, no treat for us.
Me too.
The much anticipated Neon pick. But besides that, well, there is some other standard, there's some other classical stuff, classic stuff, not classical. I would like to see classical stuff there. I don't know, Breach playing violin or whatever, or fiddle. So I'm not expecting much in terms of the surprises in the team compositions. Right now, it's all about the players, the breakout players, which one of them is going to make a difference. And so far, for the team Jacob, it of course was Craze. Right now, picking Chamber. So I'm looking forward to seeing him, especially because of the fact that they are starting in the defense. And I feel that Chamber prefers playing on defensive side because of course, all of his abilities. And it's so much better to start as a chamber because you will get to play 12 full rounds.
Starting things off, it's going to be some A main presence. Fairly heavy on the side of Jacob, actually, in their defense here. Brimstone's so good with those sky smokes at just delaying teams. The incendiary as well lasts the longest, does the most damage out of any. But speaking of damage being done, Craze in position with the headhunter. Misses those first couple of shots, but the information is there. And who else is on the scene? Lucky. They're looking to have a flash of an impact, see if they can't nab a kill away with the flash drive, but it won't be. Maybe it will. Around the side of the box, that's huge. The flashpoint from the breach on the opposite side will slow them down as the tailwind comes in. It's a much quicker execute once they find that initial pick. Advantage with the defenders though, as the spike goes down eventually. They're going to be really locked in towards this site. Patka just doesn't quite have the time to move away from that one. Even if the toxic screen went down, they'd be hard pressed to do so. Rosin does find one to trade back, but it's a 1 versus 3.
Can he do it? Not really. Sigma Pro was left alone in the 1v3 clutch. Getting one of them was the best that he could provide. Well, Patka, she shouldn't really have been out in the open the moment that the toxic screen goes down, because you don't have any cover left, right? And again, it is a team effort on the side of Team Jacob. Each of them bringing in something into the for the table. Watch one kill each from their side, and of course starting it off with a win. If we look at the equipment of Team Patka, not much there to be seen. Just Roisin upgrading his pistol, since he got a couple of kills, so he has a little bit more, a bit more credits in balance, and can make use of them. But besides it, not much else, and I do not suspect that they could do anything. Of course, they will have to work around their abilities to pull it off. Patka just running inside like nothing ever happened. And Tayoski with 3k. I'm not even sure, it's like such a hectic round that our observer couldn't keep up with the action. Just, you know, finished, done, all dusted in the blink of an eye, 2-0. And now Patka, they can finally go into a full buy, and let's see what they can bring to the server.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with Fracture as well. You have to be incredibly proactive in the way that you set out on that attacker's side, because if you don't have map control, then you leave yourself very vulnerable, and we see it exactly there. Tajovski sneaks around the back, the presence is felt, and just like that, the round is over. Wasn't anti-eco after all, so can't place too much weight on it. And this is where we'll really start to see how things work. That aftershock is great to allow NXS to move forward and defend the other side of this smoke with their comrade. But like I said, you have to have map presence, and this team of Afaka have absolutely none of it. The push has come through. Just like that, Lookie's in the backlines, Jacob chips in towards Dish. There are gunfights going on everywhere, and Fatka, they're not winning any of them. I know the W is silent, and as someone who'd probably pronounce it, since I don't speak Polish very well, you might as well take the rest of the name off and just have the WP for well played, because this game has been very one-sided.
Yeah, and unfortunately, on the side of Team Patka, they are yet to find a single round won on their side. And well, this is what happens. I'm not saying that this is necessarily bad, because hopefully Patka and her team are having fun, but this is what happens when your competition, your other fellow streamers, you know, try hard, they get really sweaty, they complete the best possible lineup out of, you know, out of 3 players, and then bring them to the server. Of course, the rank disparity around in the game is so huge, because on the side of Team Patka you have diamonds, you have platinums, you have unrateds, and on the side of Team Jacob you have mostly immortal players. However, Patka gets better with Tayoski, and Mito also adds another one on the board from himself, and this eco round might just, you know, start to build up towards something.
Down, attacker spawn.
Cursed at the exact wrong moment, Craze drops the spike, will be stunned and forced to rendezvous away, return to that safe bomb site. But like you said, this round it started to open up a little bit, and these are promising signs from Fatka because we've not really seen enough from them at this point in time. They've shown glimpses here and there, but it would be nice to get a round or two out of them in this situation. NXS posted up. That flash will keep them off the angle for the time being, but that aftershock will be feeling the effects on towards Mito, forces them onto the angle. Whoo-wee! That's a nice shot. I mean, regardless of the situation, the setup, you've got to commend a nice shot when you see one, and just like that, that's what we're going to get. Team Jacob, they extend their advantage, and they look to clean this one up in a swift fashion. I'm just loving the aggression from them. This is how Fracture should be played on the defender's side. And it's so interesting as a map, right? Look at the bigger picture in terms of tactical FPS games. How often is it that you have a spawn point in the middle of the map for a defusal mode and multiple avenues, different north side, south side ways that the attackers are able to push through? It's really, really uncommon. I can't think of a single
Halo,
other instance.
If you think about, that's it.
Even Halo,
shooter, right?
Yeah, and even
arena
Halo
shooter. Oh, that's
it doesn't play in the same way whatsoever. So I love the way that they set this up. It's defender sided, but not in the way that you would expect. And well, it's an absolute masterclass so far.
Yeah, I'm really glad though that we are seeing signs of life from Team Fatka, and I really hope that they're having fun in this game because you know, getting beaten up, it's not always enjoyable, but they are keeping the spirit up and they're actually trying to do their best. This time around, they might be able to get the very first round on the board. So many ultimates, of course, used. So many ultimates used into this round, but Jacob gets on the flank. He finds Mito. However, there's still 4 players remaining, and the Viper speed that you have to tear through.
That advantage lessens. Only one player stands between them at this point in time. Jacob has been causing most of the damage here for their own side. Rusin's position is somewhat known, and it is the operator of Graves that will find them 2 versus 2. As soon as the snakebite goes down onto the spike, that should be the round over. Shouldn't be a way for this to see itself out, and just like that, they pick it up. The win condition is the Viper's Pit, and it's executed perfectly. They did have those you know, agents there, that they had the numbers to try and make it through the post plant, but Team Jacob, they don't have a Sova. It's not an agent you'd want to pick onto this map. The Owl Drone, in my mind, is the best possible counter, you know, with the exception of the Seekers on a Sky or something of the sort to try and make it through this one. Breach and KO don't offer the same kind of value whatsoever when you have to try and navigate that kind of problem. So Fatka playing to their strengths, and they get their just deserves. First round on the board for them.
Yeah, but Harry, there's one agent that is perfect against Viper, and he was already played today. So I'm wondering if you know of which agent I'm talking about.
Spike down A.
You know what? I actually don't. I feel as if it's somewhat slipped my mind, unless it's one that I haven't already mentioned. Yoru with the gate crash. Yeah.
He really is good because you can, like, usually it's the hardest part about playing against Viper is getting through her smokes, getting through her screen, getting inside the Viper's pit, and Yoru has access to that because of his ultimate. Let's get back to the game because Tayoski, he's just pulling the trigger on the orbital strike, pulling his trigger off his bundle, and NXS adding another one on the board. It will be definitely for Team Jacob. But yeah, I wanted to talk and touch a little bit more about Yoru. Have you watched the last international event in Valorant, being the Reykjavik Masters?
I have.
Okay, so you must have noticed how Forsaken and his Yoru were having an impact.
Forsaken is a very talented duelist player, for those unaware. I believe from the SEA region it is, or is it APAC? I'm not too sure. One of the two.
I think it's
either
APAC,
way.
yeah.
Yeah, APAC plays for Paper Rex. Very, very strong player on those duelist roles. Specifically Jet, but can flex onto a Yoru. Enough about them, though. Looking at what's happened here, something I want to focus on as well is not just the utility usage, but the ultimate usage. And, well, Tajovski, so much information. Here's both of those attachments to the zip line. Jacob knows that there's players that will lay in wait for them here. Is ill prepared for that first gunfight, and well, the utility coming in from NXS means that they're just forced back. The way that they're spacing out all of their abilities is so nice to see, and it's almost an insurmountable task for these players to try and make it past. I don't think they expect Maito, but it doesn't matter. They get it anyway.
However, the attack will be carried out on this side. The position from Craze, however, is perfect to counter those attackers who are unsuspecting the position that Craze took, and it just rolls in. And of course, he's been the one guy on the side of Team Wpadka that's been most consistent and that's been finding the most success. But can he pull off a 1v4 clutch? Not really. It's the 6th round for Jacob, and well, this is kind of the same story of the game where Team Terp played against Team Wpadka. Of course, we are seeing much more from Team Wpadka this time around. They've actually managed to win a round and made a couple of those look close. But besides it, it's 6-1. Still a huge advantage towards Team Jacob. And they are not looking to slow down. Quite the opposite. I think that they're, you know,
Smoke's down. Stim beacon here.
how would you say,
Oh,
putting another gear on or up.
Yeah, and you said slowing down, or quite the opposite. We're seeing that probably the most visual way possible in the game, as that Brimstone Stim Beacon speed buff allows Tajovski to move through the sewers position. Will get a triple. Fenrir shuts them down eventually, but not before they lose their own life, leaving just the captain, Wpadka, now left alone in the 1 versus 4 to try and clutch it out. You're laughing at my pronunciation, aren't you?
It's just sad story of Viper, you know, being usually the last one alive, and
Yeah.
the Viper duty. I really admire those Viper players. I mean, I was one of them at a certain point, but having this role of usually being the last one, or lurking, or maybe anchoring the side alone, is people do not appreciate you enough. When we are talking about best players in the world, there's always a conversation about, you know, tens or maybe or maybe CNED, you know, those flashy duelist players. I think the Nats was the exception, the guy from Gambit, right? But besides it, like, usually you don't see that much praise towards those Sentinels players because they just do all the dirty job of your team for you. Jacob and Praise, they really want to make it happen quickly. However, a countermeasure in terms of in form of ultimate from Breach, it's Luki, however, who's managed to get himself on a good flank, and it's 8-1. Team Jacob just adding those points on the scoreboard like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just so standard at this point in time. There's not really too much to comment on, if we're being completely honest. I think that's fair to say, Mag, because we see that Aftershocks get traded in that situation, but it's the same old story. The reason why a lot of these rounds are being lost by Team Wpadka is because they don't have map control. The best opportunity for them is to go straight for an execute, because they're few and far in between. They're trying to play for an execute, but also taking so much time in trying to do so, which means they're losing out on these initial gun duels, which, you know, it is just that difference in class that we see between the two teams. But not only that, players are slipping in behind. Even if Wpadka wins that one out, we already see the Reyna pushed up through spawn, the north side of the map. Tajovski in this instance, south side, behind Fenrir. You're dead. Round over. Flawless. They're getting pushed in on from every single angle. It's just not a competition.
Unfortunately not. And Team Wpadka, like I told you before, like we've talked about it, suffering from the you know, the unjust competition. Everyone wants to get on LAN, but maybe from Team Wpadka, she thought, okay, this will be a streamers league. This will be an event where you bring your friends in, where you can just play around. Not really. The other teams picked the best free agents that were available on the market and are giving it the best to actually qualify. Team Wpadka right now, I'm like actually thinking what would be the result that they'd be happy with. What has to happen? Maybe get another round on the board. Maybe get 3 kills to Wpadka in a round or something. Because usually, if you look at the big picture, it's always going to be Team Jacob that is going to come out on top. Maybe not yet. It's just Craze right now, alone in this situation.
One enemy remaining. Last player.
And they dropped between 2 players, so it should have been a trade there from Mito. There was somewhat of a crossfire established, I suppose, more in the sense that the player on site, Rosin, was bait so that Mito was able to swing, but it's not going to be the case. We see that rotation come around to pick up and savor the operator, so it will be kept into the final round of the half, but yeah, it's not been the best day in the office for Wpadka. I think it's fair to say they have one more game coming up against Team Pago, which is another team yet to register any points. However, it must be said going into that one, Pago do look to be somewhat of a competent side, so it's yet to be seen. Like you said, I just hope that they're enjoying themselves because this event as a whole has been very entertaining to watch, and if they can cause a few problems here for Team Jacob across the board, then I would say that's job done in my eyes at the very least.
Yeah, I can completely agree on that. And actually looking at the scoreboards of Team Wpadka, the captain of Team Wpadka herself is right in the middle getting 4 kills. So yeah, they're rather spread out evenly on the board, and Sayovsky with his teammates. No, this is just cruel. They are pushing. You know, they're hunting the enemies. You have a hunter and you have a prey, and of course, prey being Team Wpadka. It's just Rosian who gets one on the board back. But well, 1v4. What can he do? How many of them can he bring down?
Yeah, I mean, round differential won't be called into question. I think it's fair to say that Team Jacob here will be progressing as that second team. You know, as a caster, you always want to try and play up to it a little bit, leave things open, but there's no which ways about this. It's another round there picked up for them. 11-1 will be the second strongest scoreline that we've seen other than the 12-0 which Team Terp were able to put forward. And, well, Team Jacob, they play second fiddle to Team Terp because it seems like they will be securing that spot in Group A with a performance like this.
As a most likely scenario, really, Team Wpadka, they need a miracle to pull it off, to actually turn it all the way around. The good news is, they've managed to win at least one of the rounds, so they will not fall 13-0 yet again. But if this is the best news that you've received all day, like you said, not the best day in the office. However, pistol rounds is where anything can happen because you're on equal terms. Each team has 800 credits to their...
Spike down B.
Ooh. Hold on a second though. Rosin's finding a lot of these shots. They're on a triple already. Sayovsky does find Mito, but they're still on for a quad. The aftershock should set them up for it. And they're gonna get it. Really nicely played from them. That's got to be one of the highlights to take away from Team Wpadka. They have one more game coming up, so that reel can only expand from this point onwards, but a very nice performance from their Jet player. It's great to see, and the pistol round, not only that, it'll give them a great opportunity here to buy into this round and see if they can't lessen the damage somewhat.
This is gonna be fun.
From what I'm seeing also, I feel like Team Wpadka maybe is not going to be, you know, favored against Team Pago, but maybe can try and fight for some points there. Of course, if it goes 12-12, there will be around a point split between those two teams. Because this map, even though the Team Wpadka is still fighting, is near its end.
One enemy remaining.
So 2v2. Jacob, well, this is going to be an eco round. An eco win? No, it will be an eco win from
eco
Jacob
win.
because I just remember that they didn't upgrade their guns. They've just went here
Last player
with
standing.
classics, you know, guns blazing. Who would have thought that classics could be such a dangerous piece of equipment? And it's Jacob who reads Mito like an open book. 12-2, and Team Jacob
Match point.
in a perfect shape to finish this one out. To finish this one 13-3.
Read like an open book. Such a nice timing there as well. They get that final buff from the Stim Beacon. They see the Nano Swarm fly across the site, and it gives away the position completely. They're in a perfect spot to capitalize. And oh yeah, speaking of open books, the story of Team Vodka isn't at an end just yet. They do have one more game to close out the day versus Team Pago. Yeah, commendations to Team Mito for finding that first kill at the very least onto Tajovski, but yeah, hard pressed to get anything more. Now we are at match point. Everything has to be brought up here. There's a big stack towards A to close things out, and Fenris found the first as well.
Okay, but how long can they hold
Oh,
off?
Spike down
Looks like
A.
Fat Guy is the one. Makes it happen. 2 kills for her, but NXS and Yaku. Jacob, of course, making it happen for the side of Team Jacob. Yet another one. This guy is almost unkillable in 1v1, but I think NXS heard that Mito is coming.
Too many
through
steps
doors.
given away.
Sentry.
Yeah.
They've absolutely thunderfooted it, but it doesn't matter. They'll keep on trudging forwards in what hasn't been the best of performances, but they win out the round. Team Vodka, we said about that book, the story goes on.
Yeah, they've done it. They've managed to yet again at least prolong their chances of winning this map, of still hanging in the tournament and participation for the LAN tournament in Wrocław. However, last time Team Jacob was on eco. They've managed to win it. So let's see how this one goes.
It certainly would be an interesting end. We saw in a very aggressive peak coming out on the Blade Storm there. I like the idea from Rosen, but unfortunately now it means that they're a player down, and well, they're just spamming this one through, but the Sheriff headshots start to connect. Only a couple players on both sides. Luki may just wait this one out for their teammate to arrive from that top side of the map. Craze will be coming along eventually, but that peek out into the open from Fenry is ill-advised. The Viper's Pit should expand its way onto the spike just narrowly. So Fatka is here to keep the dream alive for their team. They'd have to push it to overtime. They'd have to do the impossible. They'd have to win that final game as well. But it seems as if we may be going there sooner rather than later. Craze takes them down. And just like that, it is a victory by a margin of 10 rounds. A 13-3 secured in the very end. And Team Jacob will secure that second spot in Group A.
However, Team Wpadka still putting on a better performance against Team Jacob than they did against Team Terp, managing to win 3 of those rounds, make a couple of them look real close, and overall just showing us that even though that they are, you know, the biggest underdog in this group, they still can throw something into the mix from their part. And of course, Wpadka herself getting some of those nasty kills. I really enjoyed watching her, you know, whoop our Polish boys who are so sweaty for the LAN. That was quite fun, yeah.
Yeah, really nicely played overall. I mean, stuff like this, they're using the Viper's Pit really effectively. Even if you don't get those gun duels, the utility was exactly enough. So credit where credit is due. I think that they battled valiantly. They never gave up all the way to the end. So many teams would have just said, you know what, this is a lost game. But they kept on fighting, and I have a lot of respect for them in that sense. So now they can look to get some points on the board, finally. They're going up against Team Pago. you said that you thought that this would be a team contending for those upper places, but now there is that slight situation where maybe in some dimension they do end up at the very bottom, the foot of the scoreboard, but that is yet to be seen. I think we will now be going to a very short break, and when we return we will have that final best of one series for you. Won't matter too much in terms of how this placement of this scoreboard ends up going, as we do have our two playoff bracket teams from Group A secured, but nevertheless it will be an an exciting matchup if it's anything like the ones we've seen so far. So we'll catch you very shortly.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Streamers League Valorant. The Polish qualifiers Group A, we have concluded our games for today, unfortunately, as, well, Team Pago have decided that they did not want to play that final matchup. We understood that it didn't carry too much weight in terms of where these teams ended up finishing, but it's nevertheless to say it is an unfortunate situation. On the bright side of things, I would like to give a big shout out to our sponsors, HyperX, for making this possible. Exclamation mark HyperX in the chat, as well as exclamation mark Surfshark to get some great deals on some of those. The city of Wrocław as well for helping us support this tournament with the LAN being held there, of course. And well, two of those teams, Team Jacob and Team Terp, looking one step closer to booking their place in those grand finals. This will be the final standings for Group A. Group B will be played tomorrow on the same stream, of course, so make sure to tune in. Mag, what are your thoughts on the games that we've seen so far today? I'm guessing you're probably somewhat surprised by not just Pago not playing that final game, but their position in the leaderboard at the very end of this one. You had them down as being inside that top two, but they fall, well, very wide of the mark in the end.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed with them, of course, forfeiting the game, but also not showing up in the games. Team Terp, Team Jacob, they just were better by far. And I don't know, maybe Team Pago was just afraid that they would also lose to Team Patka and they didn't want to find out about it on the server. But on the other hand, I was right about Team Terp being, you know, up to par and on the good level. So I'm really happy because so far they have they've looked like a team that could actually make it to Wrocław, to LAN tournament in Wrocław. However, Group B is much more stacked in my opinion. Team Holak, Team Sayo and Team Xtorek, I think two out of those teams will make it out. Unfortunately, I'm kind of discounting Team Sene because I think this is the kind of same case of Team Wpadka, where he also invited a couple of his friends. Of course, his team actually showcases a better level of players than Team Wpadka. You can already see it in the what do you call them? The divisions, the ranks, the ranks that they have, you know, in the Valorant, because they are immortals, they are diamonds. But what I have seen in some other teams, and I have, you know, studied the rosters, they have also a lot of those ex-pro players or coaches or streamers or just ranked grinders. So I really think that Group B is going to be much more explosive and much more interesting in terms of who is going to make it out on top in the end.
Yeah, it'd certainly be looked forward to. Team Terp finish on the top, obviously a fellow caster in the Polish scene. And speaking of fellow casters, there they are. How are you guys doing? How do you feel about the matchups that we've seen today?
Yeah, it was really good matches, because we are expected that Terp is maybe gonna win all the matches, but with this style, with this confidence, it was something like, wow, it was really good.
What about Team Pago then? Because I thought that they would be the second team to make it out of the groups.
Well, to be perfectly honest, it did work out pretty well from their side, but then on the other hand, they made a little bit of content that we were thriving for. And my favorite action from the match that was on Aston was battle between Pago and the turret of Killjoy.
You remember that, guys? This is the highlight of the day, actually. This is my best highlight. But yeah, it's a little bit disappointing for me, because I also just thought that Pago will advance from the second spot. But overall, Jacob, step by step, this team were really better, and Jacob really grew up like Kreis and Tajowski. He was really good today. So yeah, finally Jacob and Terp are gonna fight in the playoffs.
Enough about Group A. Boys, I really want to learn your opinions about the upcoming matches in the Group B, because from my point of view, there are three really strong teams in there, and also Team Sene. So you know which three teams I'm talking about. What do you think about Group B and overall strength of the teams?
I think the most strongest team maybe is team of Holak, because he has so many talented players from Incognito, from VALORANT East United. So maybe this team we're gonna win the Group B, and this for me. And the second spot, I guess this is a really stacked group. So actually, I'm not sure. Maybe it's gonna be Sene, maybe it's gonna be experienced Sayu, because I guess Holak has much more firepower than other teams, but Sayu has something like that who which not have people from Team Holak.
I'd actually agree that that Team Holak looks so scary because of what you've mentioned, but I actually believe that this will be Team Holak and Team Sayu making it out of the groups. I believe that Kozok and the rest of the players that he also played in VRC and the circuits will be able to pull it off. Guys, did you have fun today? You've already told me about the highlights, so how is Gdynia treating you?
We will just, we have to just take a shower, just take a rest a bit. But after that, we are gonna to meet some people in Gdynia.
Yeah, I'd say it was pretty fun today, and we are waiting for another day that is going to be as fun as it was, or even maybe better. But now, I'm just happy that I'm here, and I'm just happy that I can be talking with you. And I want to ask you, about your opinion on second day too. I mean, well.
I'm not too sure, to be completely honest. From my perspective, at least, I maybe don't have the most knowledge. I know, Mag, you thought that out of those two teams, one of the teams to progress would be Pago. So I'm not too sure how I feel about your prediction ahead of tomorrow. But
that's a good one.
We'll have to see. If it's half as good as what we've seen today, then it promises a lot. That's to be certain.
Okay.
Harry, I am your co-caster. You should have banned those guys in Gdynia studio. So
well,
I don't know what I did wrong.
I don't know. Look,
thank you so much, guys. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No. I have nothing more to say.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got an information that we are wrapping it up. So thank you so much, boys. I hope that that Gdynia is treating you well. Don't party too hard today, and we'll see each other tomorrow. Thank you so much again, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, boys. It was always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Come on, man!
What
You
awesome
shouldn't
guys.
have done me like that. We should stick together. They're in Gdynia. They're near the sea. They will be just hitting clubs, maybe going to the beach.
Look, if I'm gonna go to Poland, I've got to get on good terms with the people there. So let's make sure that I'm not causing any problems. I know. But anyway, look, it's been a fantastic afternoon. It's unfortunate that we have to cut it short. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, mainly, well, HyperX being one of them. Sorry. Sponsoring with the HyperX wildcard. So if your team didn't make it to the finals, maybe it is Team Pago who didn't end up playing. I'm not too sure if there's a stipulation with them there, as they did forfeit that final game, but if you do want to vote them in and have them play in that LAN finals, then there is always the opportunity to do so. Exclamation mark Surfshark as well to get the lowdown on what they have to offer, and once more to the city of Wrocław. Getting a lot closer to that date coming up now in June, with these teams starting to lock in their positions. Team Terp and Team Jacob getting that 1 inch closer now, being in that playoffs bracket. Without further ado, anything else left to say, Mag?
Well, tomorrow I'm not gonna be on the broadcast because, well, I have how would you call it, classes. Yeah, I still have to attend university, so I'll unfortunately miss the broadcast, but I'll be watching the games because I'm really curious who is going to come out on top in the end. And well, the next day I will be rooting for Team Terp because I feel like they are the ones to actually get the victory, and I would like to meet them on LAN. I think that you will like them too if they manage to get to Wrocław, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed. But for today, for now, I think that we're finished, and thank you so much. It was a blast to cast with you, Harry, and I'm looking forward to meeting you in person as well in Wrocław.
You too, man. It's been an absolute pleasure. Team Terp sitting at the top of the pecking order. 9 points will be what they secure in the end. Casters got to stick behind Casters, and they're off to a fantastic start at securing that spot in the LAN finals. That is it from both of us for today, though. It'll be a new set of faces for you guys on Saturday. We have 2 more days of action coming up. You don't want to miss it right here on the Streamers League channel. Once again, thank you guys, and have a good night.
promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Come to the beat.